Yo, yo. Um, yeah, so just found out that Vegan Equilibrium looks like he no longer identifies as antinatalist, which interesting timing since DNW also no longer identifies as antinatalist. So we got two people who were advocates of antinatalism no longer identifying with antinatalism. I don't know the details. Um, so I'm curious about this and what the hell's going on. Um, don't know if you guys can hear me. Just one sec. I'm just checking out my audio. If you can hear me, um, let me know. Okay, looks like I'm coming through. Um, hello, Senior Marcus Sepazuzu. Hello, Sepazuzu. Okay, so just get right into it. So, yeah, today I'm going to be reviewing a video by an ex-antinatalist activist, which I'm confused by if he's still doing activism or not. I don't know what his story is. He was with Stop Having Kids, and if you're familiar with that organization, you'll be aware of Noodles. All right, let's get right into it, and hopefully the audio works.
All right, everyone, we're live. Welcome to today's stream. So many of you will recognize Nick. He runs the channel Vegan Equilibrium. And you will definitely recognize him if you're from the vegan antinatalist community, because he's been putting out a lot of antinatalist content and stuff over the years. And he's had me on for streams before. We've discussed a lot of stuff. He's been on the streams of other YouTubers as well. But he seems to have had a change in heart values recently. I don't even know what they are. And just before we start the stream, I'd like to say I don't actually know what his reasons are. I just thought it'd be interesting to get him on to see this, because Nick is one of the, like, when I think of vegan antinatalists, Nick is like one of the first people that actually comes to mind. So this is definitely, it's a big turnaround, isn't it, Nick?
I don't know. It's not like a big turnaround because I'm not like going in the other direction, really.
I think it is a big turnaround, considering when I talked to him last about this, he was like, this is one of my big identity with my channel and stuff like that. So if you lose the antinatalism label, which I think is fine, like you don't have to identify with it. But last I talked to him about this, it was a big deal. So yeah, I don't know. I'm curious about the details.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I think it's a moot point.
Let's get into it then, because I guess we might as well get the ball rolling if you mention something like that. So yeah, in as much detail as you want, explain your reasons. Tell you what, tell us why you were an antinatalist, and tell us why you're not now.
So I was.
Oh, and if anybody doesn't know, George is the host of this YouTube channel called Carnism Debunked, and he has an interview with Benatar, which I recommend people seeing. Yeah.
Claiming to be an antinatalist because I think I felt like it was the ethical and just position to take. You know, the same reason I call myself a vegan and that I live a vegan lifestyle. I am not positive that it is. I'm no longer positive that it's the ethical, like the most ethical position to hold, that I should be trying to convert people to being antinatalist.
Okay, so notice how he says, "I'm not convinced it's the most ethical to convince people, to be an activist for." So it seems like he'd still hold the position that it's still unethical. It's just there are probably better causes out there to reduce suffering or something like that. At least that's what I'm getting the vibe from so far.
I don't know that that's the most ethical stance.
So just to elaborate on why you were an antinatalist, I guess it was for the same reasons that I am. So you'd assign a negative value to birth. You believed that it's better that we don't exist than that we do, not just for us, but also for non-human animals, i.e. the only thing you create, the only thing you're guaranteed in creating in a human when you create them is suffering. You can't guarantee anything like pleasure or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's all the suffering that we cause just by coming into existence. I mean, even you and I, who are vegan now, we were abusing animals for however many years. We've caused a lot of suffering and abuse in our lives just from the amount of time that we have been alive, which is one point I always push back with when people say to me in the vegan community, but George, aren't you glad you were born? Well, okay, I'm not sure that the thousands of animals that I paid to abuse before I was vegan were glad about that. Would you agree those were the reasons that you're an antinatalist?
Yeah.
We were very similar in that mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. I just felt like, wow, it's like, how could you bring someone into this hellhole? And like, it just seems wrong and cruel. And I think, and honestly, like, and a lot of that was like a lot of that is a projection of my own mental state. When it comes to existence, definitely struggled with a lot of depression and resentment, regret, self-loathing, all the whole spectrum of negative emotions, anxiety. So,
well, okay, then that gives me, first of all, I'm sorry to hear that. And I've gone through, issues as well as everyone has. I'm sure everyone here who's watching the stream can identify with that, because I think everyone here could admit that this is a shitty world that we live in. We're all vegan here, so we know that it's a fucked up world. But that begs the question, though, of why you're not now an antinatalist. And I guess this is what people are willing to hear. So you've just explained how awful many things in your life have been. What then is making you turn around now and say that I'm no longer an antinatalist?
I think it's because I don't know that. Okay, so like one of the ways I have been explaining this to people recently is that deontology does not exist in a vacuum. So to me, antinatalism is a very deontological position.
No, it's not. I don't know why people have that assumption. I remember talking to Conundrum about this too, that consequentialism and antinatalism can be incompatible. I don't think it can. I mean, I think you could hold any normative theory, then come to an antinatalist conclusion. I don't understand what's going on with this normative theory thing within this space. I think people think that if under consequentialism it allows for a cash out of natalism, sure, but as long as you're using that framework to come to an antinatalist conclusion, you could hold both. I don't see an issue with that, but that's a bigger conversation.
And I think that there's like, I'm not a hard deontologist, and I'm not a hard utilitarian either. I guess what the debate bro community likes to call a threshold deontologist.
Well, I think I am as well. So tell me how this violates antinatalism.
Well, I just don't I don't know. Like, I can't see how it can be definitely more ethical to not have kids than to have kids. And I'm not saying it's ethical to have kids. Like, pretty much every reason anyone will give you for why they're procreating is a stupid one, and makes no sense to me. But it's almost like if someone were to say, if someone were to say like, oh, it's through my calculations, it seems like it is more ethically beneficial to continue the human race, and I've decided that I want to be part of that, I'd be like, I don't know. It's possible that that is the more ethical decision, but then you have to ask yourself, who are the right people to be doing that? You know, it can always suck for someone to come here. I just think that you know, what is the logical conclusion of antinatalism exactly?
Oh no.
That's
What does
you
that
know,
Yeah,
mean?
so antinatalism
What does that mean? I don't know.
is never going to realistically take off as an actual thing across population. So all this stuff about, you know, I want the human race to go extinct and stuff, which I do. When the human race does go extinct, it's going to just be through our own stupid actions. It's not going to be through antinatalism.
well, so you know, then you have the problem of wild animal suffering. And so then it's like you have to decide like what is worse. Where okay, so preferentially I don't want people to have kids. You know, I'm not going to have kids. But that could, like, let's say everyone took that stance, that could lead to more disutility
Hello, Steve.
than utility.
Yeah, so with the wild animal suffering thing, I'm actually not convinced at all that we have any reason.
Steve, have you seen this already? I think this was released 4 days ago. I'm just now catching up.
Calculations to say that. I think our main points should hinge on the fact that we know for sure having kids harms domesticated animals. It breeds them into existence. Like, even if you or I were to have a kid and raise them vegan, they could turn around one day and just be a breeding machine of pigs and cows and chickens. The wild animal suffering thing, I don't think anyone has ever provided some kind of convincing argument as to how humans decrease wild animal suffering at all. It's too hard to calculate.
I think it's hard to calculate any of this stuff. That's the problem.
But if that,
to me, it all seems like an ego stroke. And like, I mean, I know that I don't know how we calculate it, but I know that humans offer palliative care to animals. Humans are the only ones that can really assign rights to animals. And you know, I do think that with the technology, that with the advancement of the technology that we have, we could see the end of wide-scale animal agriculture.
Steve says, quotes, I'm no longer positive that it's the most ethical position that I should be trying to convert people to being AN. The thing that's catching me or triggering my pedantic mind is the most ethical part. He keeps repeating that, most ethical. So like he can still say that's unethical, but sure, like in terms of causes out there, cause prioritization, yeah, maybe it's not the one that you want to go for. I could understand him saying that, but yeah. Does he mean anti is the most ethical person, or trying to convert people to anti isn't the most ethical? Yeah, I don't know yet.
Agriculture in our lifetime. I think that like part of this is that I agree we live on a hellscape. I don't think there's any getting out of it. I don't think there's like any way around this. I think it's a catch-22. It's a paradox. You kind of have to just hope for the future and hope that things get like that. Some humans make things better, and I think some humans have made things a lot better than they have been in certain parts of the world anyway.
Do you not think, even with the wild animal suffering thing, that I would say probably the most convincing argument that actually we cause more wild animal suffering than we reduce would be the fishing industry. 2 trillion marine animals, and the leading cause of death for them is suffocation, open air, or we put them just slowly to freeze to death on a bed of ice on the deck of a ship. Given that we holocaust 2 trillion marine animals every year, and the fishing industry does not seem to be going away anytime soon, do you not think? And I know there's things you can say back about stuff like deforestation and stuff like that, but I would just say, why even include that in the calculations? Because that in itself causes a huge amount of suffering to those animals in those forests because of us.
No, like this is the catch-22. Like, we cause a whole bunch of suffering, and then there's no animals left to suffer, and it won't. And then it stops a chain of suffering.
So you're saying that us driving away. I spoke to Benatar about this on my podcast, and
I know his response was hubris.
That was what he said near the end. But yeah. I asked him early on in the podcast. He about, you know, is it counter in any way to vegan values that we decrease the amount of deforestation as vegans? But here's the thing: say, I don't think that humans can actually destroy all life on Earth. There's always going to be some kind. I don't think human action,
I don't think we, nor the universe. You know, nor the universe, and I think that this antinatalism thing is it's a futile effort. I think it's
hold on.
You could say it's futile. I think it's futile. It still doesn't change the fact that I think it's unethical to bring for a moral agent to bring a moral patient into existence. I'm just making that statement. Like, yeah, it's a futile thing, but it's an interesting topic, which is why I cover it. But I mean, the two things can be true, right?
It's a pointless. It's just this pointless endeavor that's seems like a waste of time, and we could be focusing on other ways to
I'm not disagreeing here.
Improve conditions for people and make and animals, and help people and animals and make them feel better. And I don't. To me, it's like yeah, I don't know if you're increasing utility or decreasing it by creating a child or not.
Okay.
Emotionally, it feels like, oh yeah, that's probably a bad thing, but doesn't necessarily mean that overall it is. On a deontological level, yes, but we don't live in a deontological vacuum. You know, like we have no way to calculate these things. Most likely, life is going to keep going on and on. You're not ever going to stop the cycle. So, and the whole, and I know you're an ethicist, but no offense, but
I'm skeptical George is an ethicist, even though he identifies as an ethicist. A lot of people who identify with ethicism don't even know what the fuck that is. I think George is one of those people.
I mean, not taking it to that conclusion is just.
Andrew, only just discovered you're streaming. Yeah, it was kind of. This was very random, just like the documentary thing. Yesterday, I went on DNW's live stream, and we were talking about determinism and free will, and then I inadvertently, or I guess I went on to talk to him about his views on antinatalism because he made that post that he's no longer an antinatalist. So we have, before DNW, his name was Antinatalist Outreach, right? And he was active about that for many years. That's how I know him. And then Noodles was with Stop Having Kids and activist for, I think, a while, right? Like, at least a year that I know about Noodles being with Stop Having Kids. Maybe he's been doing it longer. But these are two activists of antinatalism who are no longer antinatalists. And it's interesting. I don't know what's going on.
ridiculous to me. That seems insane. Like, I don't know what your on Ephilism is, but I think a lot of these people think we can like blow up the world or something. Like,
well, no, when I say I'm an ethylist, it's not some kind of thing that I'm trying to do, like build some kind of super weapon or something like that. It's just that I don't want there. I think you are an ethylist because you don't want there.
No, he's not. Jesus, George, I swear to God, I will fight you on this.
To be any sentient life in the universe, do you?
I don't know.
That's not Ephilism. Ephilism is the moral responsibility for omnicide. Like, Gary's been very clear about this for many fucking years. I don't know why there's so much fucking confusion about this goddamn thing, but there is. Anyway, I thought I could watch this without the E word coming into the play, but it's a fucking thing, man.
What the actual definition of Ephilism is, I just know what.
Well, just go look for it. It's there. Like, you guys know Ephilists. Why would you identify as Ephilists if you don't even know what the fucking like the thing means? You're so confident about it, like, or even if you reject it, do you even know what you're rejecting? Like, as a concept, it's not that complicated. I get people have blurred the lines, and it seems like intentional, but it's not hard to figure out. You know, the guy's been spewing this shit on the internet for God knows how long. Just listen to the creator, and you know what it is.
The community espouses.
Well, there might be things that people. I just take the definition of Ephilism to be very simple. You just are anti the existence of sentient life.
I mean, this is like, but I'm on the same. I'm also like, or this is like a magic wand thing, like, or I want everybody to be in an eternal state of orgasm, you know, like it to me that's
yeah, that
okay, it's like, and now what, you know? Like, that doesn't, having that thought, or like, I don't.
Gary wrote the definition. He has it on his website, and Anti-Nihilism International has a definition on their website. It's very like it. I mean, you could just ask them, right? And you can get the thing, and you can say whether you identify with it or you reject it. So you know what the hell you're accepting or rejecting. I don't know why it's been so many goddamn years that this keeps going on, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like especially these guys who have been around for a while. It's starting to get on my fucking nerves. But I whatever. I mean, everything in this community gets on my nerves. So whatever.
I don't even see what the point of the label is. It doesn't do anything for anyone. This is an ego thing or a mental masturbation thing.
But could you not just say this?
I don't disagree with Nick on this. I think antinatalism, for the most part, in theory, is mental masturbation, and I am not against mental masturbation. I think the topic is very interesting, philosophically and in theory, and that's why I like it. Like, I like thinking about population ethics. I like thinking about animal ethics. I like thinking about the non-identity problem. I think it's fascinating. I think it's interesting. I don't think it's like the thing that's going to the most effective way to use your time to reduce suffering. But I think it is unethical to bring beings into existence, and I think it's fascinating. And yeah, I'm pro mental masturbation. Keep at it.
Same about someone who's choosing to procreate. Like, is that not an ego stroke? They're literally creating clones of themselves for narcissistic reasons.
It is. Pretty much all the time, every time it is.
So, but then Ephilism and anti-natal.
Someone is like, I mean, actually, it is, but someone could also add on top of that, be like, yes, I'm doing this for like both my selfish reasons and because I believe that I can produce offspring that is going to, you know, increase utility or something in the universe. And I don't know if they'd be right or not, but it seems like a more worthwhile, or it seems like I have a hard time saying this, but it's like a better reason to procreate. Like, if you really believe that. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's true, though. I just don't know. I don't know that it's better or not better to create a child.
So I guess you take a neutral stance now. So you're not anti-natalist, but you're also not pro-procreation.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, but this is what I brought up with DNW is that because I think he brought up pro-natalism. I don't think if you reject anti-natalism that you're a pro-natalist, but you could be a natalist. You just have this neutral view that it's neither ethical or unethical. It's just just like it's okay. That's not anti-natalism, and that's I mean that's still a position you're holding, right? So it's still being a natalist is still a thing, right?
I'm not pro-natalist.
That's good. You haven't gone the full opposite way. Then it's all right, guys. We've still got teetering on the neutral line. We can.
Rejecting atheism doesn't necessarily make you a theist. No, but I think natalism is the position where it would be permissible. Or what's your position on that? Because there's pro-natalism, right? That you're going to promote this this view where you think it's an ethical obligation or a moral good to create new beings. Then you got the anti-natalist, who's the opposite of that, and then you got natalism. So curious what you're. Oh, I get you. Okay. I see permissibility. I get you. Okay.
We can do some work on him. Well, look, would you not say that a lot of what you just said there just comes under an appeal to futility? You're like, yes, I know that you could just say the same to a vegan. Oh, you being vegan isn't going to stop the
Yes, I agree with George here.
Animal holocaust. But nonetheless, we live it by our actions. And even if I wasn't,
I think that we are like actually gonna stop the.
And for the record, when it comes to veganism, I think we're not going to see a vegan world, at least anytime soon. I can't envision. I'm not that creative in terms of like looking into the far future where we could have a vegan world, but I'm going to do it anyway because I think it's the ethical thing to do, regardless of the long-term consequences. I don't fucking know if it's going to be a vegan world or not, but regardless of that consequence, I think it's the right thing to do. So I'll do it. And same thing with anti-natalism. I don't see it as big of an issue as maybe others have seen it so far.
The animal holocaust.
Okay, and if we couldn't, hypothetically, let's say you knew that we couldn't, would you just become a non-vegan, or just say you're not vegan anymore, but you're neutral on it?
I don't know. I think that
this is interesting because when I confronted DNW about this, I also brought up the vegan thing. I don't know why. It's just an easy, like it's a thing in my head that if I know someone's vegan, I could be like, okay, you're rejecting antinatalism for these reasons, and if applied to other ethical views that you hold, would they also cash out the same way? And if they won't, what's the asymmetry between the two? Curious about that.
I think that being vegan is very symbolic. Because it says, look, I'm going to be on the side of people that are not willing to exploit others. I think I do believe that a world is possible where we can exist without exploiting other sentient life form, at least to a really like egregious degree that we're not doing it. Like I don't even think it's actually possible to exist without exploiting anyone. Like I think just by the nature of existence, we end up exploiting.
Well, hang on. You know what I'm going to say to that then, don't you?
What?
Well, then the logical conclusion of that surely is that's an even bigger reason for you to be an anti-natalist vegan. If you reject.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Newell's used this in his argumentation in the past too.
Exploitation so much that you understand that even having a kid entails that they will exploit.
That gets back to deontology in a vacuum. That wouldn't be threshold deontology.
But I feel that this is leading to some kind of like nihilism. This whole kind of thing, look like
I am
nothing.
a nihilist.
Bro, what?
Hmm.
What kind of nihilist? Like a moral nihilist, or what's going on?
This is why you said you doubt the stream would go as long as an hour and a half.
Yeah, I think to me,
Is Nick saying he's no longer anti-natalist or just anti-natalist activist? I think he's no longer anti-natalist from what I'm understanding so far. It's futile. It's he doesn't know the whether or not it will have a positive or negative outcome when it comes to human procreation. So he's neutral on it. So I think so far, I think he's both not an anti-natalist activist and not actual anti-natalist anymore. That's what I'm getting so far out of this.
Antinatalism has become such a boring and useless topic because it goes.
What the hell? I mean, maybe for some people. I hope one day I can get to that point. I'm jealous of that. How long have I been around? I'm fucking tired, man. But I still find it interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'm a fucking addict. I don't know.
Goes nowhere. Like I can agree that like yeah, the universe is like shitty, and it's like I think that we are in some kind of hell, and I don't think you just get yourself out of hell like, oh, now I've decided to stop procreating and I'm telling other people not to procreate, and that's gonna like make this a much better place to be. Like, no, I think you're screwed either direction you go in with that.
But then why would you breed someone into hell? I know you're not going to do it, but I think given that you think life sucks so bad.
See, I think he considers value of an ism based on utility in terms of being able to convert others. Sure. I still don't know why he has more optimism about veganism activism than. Yeah, that makes sense. Except like the vegan thing is what, like last I checked it was like 2% of the population. Like that's not, you're not making big waves there. So I think there's still a problem here. And a type of odd, potentially odd speciesism. If he's going to continue vegan activism, then he's arguing for for other people to not create nonsense, to create non-human sentient animals into existence. So it's a very specific one, right? Now you could say that it's more practical because he's more hopeful or optimistic about that potential movement or cause or whatever. I mean, that's an answer. I don't know how it's justified, but I've seen some vegans being very optimistic about it, and maybe they're right. I'm just too pessimistic about the whole thing.
I don't see the logic.
I'm not saying anyone should breed anyone into hell. I'm saying it's possible that just the continuation of humanity, like because it is that appeal to futility thing. It's not. I don't see it as an appeal. Actually, I don't see it as an appeal to futility fallacy, though. I see it as this is a futile thing. It's possible because it's so futile to stop human procreation, that it's just like that it would actually I don't know how do I explain this. There is possibly more utility in continuing human existence than not. And we're just gonna go back into this, go in circles with whether it's offering palliative care to animals or preventing the shittiest people from taking over the world, who are gonna just have tons of kids anyway.
Do you not think, though, that this could also potentially result in some
Hello, JM.
crazy bullet bites? Because, yeah, I do, to a certain extent, agree with you that if we eliminate one kind of suffering, it might cause some suffering in another place or vice versa. But that doesn't mean, like, if we were to apply that logic in our everyday lives, that would surely result in some insane bullet bites. Like, let me ask you a question, for example. Are you glad that Madeleine McCann was kidnapped and murdered?
No.
Why not say to that it doesn't matter that she was, because her dying meant that it saved X many animals from suffering or blah, blah, blah. Like, why does that matter?
I don't know if it does. You know, like, if she wasn't vegan, right? I don't really know who you're talking about.
You know who Madeleine McCann is?
Wait, no, I don't think so.
She's like the most famous missing person in the world. She was the British girl who was kidnapped on holiday in like 2007 in the Praia da Luz in Portugal.
I'm out of the loop.
I'm out of the loop too. I don't know who this is. I don't. There's too much bad shit going on in the world, man. What do you want from me, Steve? Sounds to me as if he's saying humans as are a means to an end of saving animals, which provides a justification for procreation. Yeah, it sounds that way.
How old were you in 2007?
18.
Oh, for sure you would have known about it. You were the same age as me.
I wasn't really.
Dude, what? Fine. What's the person's name? Madeleine Mc. British missing person, age of 3, disappeared from her bed in a holiday apartment in Lagos, Portugal, in 2007. Most heavily reported missing person case in modern history. Okay, well. Did she get found or something? I don't know. All right. No, I mean, I'm older and like, I don't know.
Tapped in back then. I was
okay.
I don't even know if I was fully conscious.
Louis Jedos has never heard of her either. Louis, you have heard it. What? There's people.
Dude, okay, like I guess because he's British, that then this is like bigger for him. I don't know.
How old were you in 2007?
18.
Oh, for sure you would have known about it. You were the same age as me.
I wasn't really tapped in back then. I was
okay.
I don't even know if I was fully conscious.
Dude, on my cell phone, like I get those emergency alerts, like the yellow, is it yellow or orange? Oh, amber alerts. Like, people go missing. I don't. I'm pretty sure this is probably a controversial case, and I'm speaking from ignorance. But I mean, like, I don't know. I was happy to see you on my lives last night with Gnosis. Cool.
Louis Jedos has never heard of her either. Louis, you have heard it. What? There's people saying they don't know who Madeleine McCann is. Everyone knows who Madeleine McCann is. You've either forgot about her. This is.
Dude, you have people giving you counter evidence here. Like, some people don't know. What do you want?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if I don't know the situation. Like, I think it was probably a bad thing.
Yeah, get to the point.
You know,
yeah,
and that's just my preference, because I don't want to live in a society where people can just get, you know, kidnapped like that and have awful things done to them and disappear. You know, I don't. That's a preferential thing. I don't know about the utility, I think it would cause disutility to live in a society where that kind of thing is prevalent.
So are you taking even a slightly nihilistic point on that, on kidnapped and murdered?
Yeah, there's no like inherent or objective right or wrong. There, in my mind, it's it is all subjective. It's all based on preference. I prefer to live in a vegan world. I prefer that we don't harm animals. I think it benefits everyone, like all sentient life on Earth, for humans to be vegan. I think that would cause much. It'll definitely increase utility for all humans to be vegan. I see us moving in that direction in certain parts of the world anyway, more so I think than we ever have in history. I think with lab grown meat and precision fermentation, within the next 50 years, you'll see at least a lot of at least a big chunk, maybe the aggregate of animal agriculture, fall out. And there'll probably still be, these small operations that, backyard sort of things that people have, which eventually I think will also be stamped out.
Notice how the pessimist is quite optimistic. Like, damn, dude.
So yeah, look, here's my stance. While the human population does exist, we can work on things while actually reducing the number of us who will just fuck so many things up, including breeding all these animals into existence. People are going to procreate anyway. So even if say it was a good thing that the human race continues because somehow something good will happen, which I don't have a huge amount of faith in, but let's say that is going to happen, we can be anti-natalist anyway, knowing that it's actually not going to take off en masse and just actually not cause another person in our name to come into existence and be paralyzed or to have childhood cancer or to
Yeah, I'm uncomfortably in agreement here with George.
have all these shitty things happen to them. That's the way I would see it. We can work on doing things.
That gets back to the
ID, one of them, AN, George. George calls himself an ethicist. I don't think he is. Noodles was an antinatalist and an antinatalist activist. Looks like he's an ex both.
The deontological vacuum. I don't know that that's going to increase or decrease utility. I don't know. The people, once again, it is like the people that are going to probably espouse antinatalist ideas and really take them to the point where they're not going to have kids are usually not the people we're worried about causing a lot of the problems here. Like, it's usually the really shitty religious fundamentalist people that are going to, that are very anti-vegan, very conservative and bigoted. Those are the people that are probably going to create a lot more children and a lot more problems in the world. So it's catch-22 in my opinion.
But
yeah, ANs are saints.
but then we've discussed this before though, right? Like then if by having children just to counter those people, we're using children as pawns in a political game.
I'm not saying we should. I'm not saying we should, but let's hypothetically say that we do that. There are cases where any of us would use someone else as a utility. This is like the whole thing with threshold deontology, I think, is like maybe you wouldn't kill one person to save 10, but you might kill one to save 1,000. you might maybe we wouldn't bring one person into existence to save 10, but maybe we would to save, you know, 1,000 or 10,000 or whatever, you know, however you want to set up that scenario. Yeah. We do make sacrifices, or we do sacrifice other people.
What Nick is saying reminds me of Lawrence Anton saying people need to have more kids to save the animals, but it's unethical and he won't do it. It does remind me of that. This is very like touching on the ecological niche replacement argument, and I forgot what it was called, like when you can't determine the long-term consequences. I posted a paper on my community thing. Andrew, you read it, and I think I took it down. I don't know why I did that. But yeah,
people
very reminiscent, yeah,
things for what our preferences are and what we think is right.
I'm just kind of wondering though, did you not kind of know all this, believe all this when you first went antinatalist? Yeah, okay, there's all these philosophical conundrums about, you know, trolley problems and all that kind of stuff. You surely knew of all these philosophical things existing before you went antinatalist, and you still decided that it's morally preferable not to force a suffering being into existence, and then the entailments of their existence, i.e. what's happened to farmed animals and all that kind of stuff, right?
I probably thought about it, but not deeply enough.
So do you think if these arguments were put to you before you went antinatalist, you wouldn't have become antinatalist in the first place?
I think other people did try to put them to me, and I think that I was very locked into I was married to the ideology.
And is that because...
I think he was too. I think this was a large part to play into, like, having another cause, a unique identity, stuff like that he mentioned on one of his live streams.
You hated certain aspects of your own life so much?
I think that possibly it was that I felt so much, resentment. I felt, well, because I do agree, I still agree that pretty much all the reasons that people have for procreating are stupid, and it seems like it's very frustrating to see them bring people here for those reasons.
What happened to the Discord, Brother Marcus? I haven't been on in a while. I don't know which Discord you're talking about. There's multiple Discord servers. You got to be a little bit more specific. JM, I don't recall. Like, I'm not too sure. I'm sorry if we know each other. I don't know. Your name's not ringing a bell.
And so I still...
I just tuned in. Is the argument just that antinatalism is futile? Mostly, yeah. It's kind of like he doesn't know the consequences of utility, whether or not it would be positive or negative. It's just he's agnostic on that, so he's no longer antinatalist.
Still hold a lot of resentment in that regard, but not as much. That now it's like it's kind of part of it is a letting go thing. It's like a letting go of trying to have that control.
And do you think that it was a...
Wait, what? Control of what? I gotta hear that again.
Bring people here for those reasons, and so I still hold a lot of resentment in that regard, but not as much. That now it's like it's kind of part of it is a letting go thing. It's like a letting go of trying to have that control.
And do you think that it was a good thing that you came into existence?
I have no idea.
And do you resent your parents in any way for creating you?
I did for a while. Now it's something I'm just not trying to expend energy on.
Do you think a part of this turnaround could come from the idea that this is not...
From what I understand, this turnaround happened largely in part of like vegan gains. I remember he had reaction to something Vegan Gains said, and then kind of spiraled into, I don't know, whatever's happening now. With F-lism and antinatalism, I wonder if people are invested more in the identities rather than whether or not they subscribe to them. Yeah, I don't know. With DNW, I think his case might be a little bit different. I don't know his reasons. I mean, subscribe to what the position actually are. Yes.
Not to sound patronizing or anything, but could this be part of a coping mechanism for you to say that, like, you don't want to focus on like how shitty it was that we came into existence and all the shitty things we've done to animals, so you rather turn away from antinatalism just as a way of not having maybe what you considered was a depressing outlook on your life?
Yeah, I think that it hasn't made life any better for myself.
Yeah, it hasn't made my life any better either. Which is, so I think it's fair to reflect upon whether or not you're doing some type of motivated reasoning. And when it comes to this particular ethical question or position, I do question it quite a bit, because other things, I don't see it as being that much of an issue. However, my antinatalism is founded on other principles and other values that I have. And if those crumble, then my antinatalism crumbles. But those values haven't shifted, and those principles haven't changed. So right now, antinatalism still holds water for me, even though this has not done positive in my life. other than like, I like reading about it, and I think it's an interesting topic.
Or anyone else. And I don't see how it could. I don't see that I've actually prevented suffering or increased utility, or like, I don't see how I've made anything any better by being an antinatalist and focusing my time on that. So,
I'll be honest, I think I've made things fucking worse. This channel has more content that I disagree with than that I agree with. Even though I'm clear about what I disagree with, my popular videos are on topics I disagree with. So consequentially, like, I have an existential, I'm not going to call it a crisis, but an existential reflection on this channel. But I'm just doing what I'm interested in. Steve, well stated, Mark. I agree. Ian Russ on other values I hold. If those values crumble, so does. Yeah. I agree.
There's actually a great video that I wanted to share. It's not long. It's 8 minutes. I don't know if I can put it on like 1.5 speed or something.
Sure. Who's it by? What's it about?
It's Finding Gnosis. Formerly
DNW. Oh no! So he's getting influenced by DNW. DNW, look what you're doing, man. So you know what? This all ties back to D Profit. D Profit, if you're listening, if you're there, I see the, what is it? The canary in the coal mine or whatever, the bat, or the bat in the cave. I see you. I see what you've done. This D Profit must be so fucking happy right now. I swear to God.
Do not watch.
Yeah, okay. Put it on 1.5 and we'll watch it.
All right.
Alex, he doesn't want to have children. Yeah, we asked.
But does he want to have children? Did you ask him that already? The arm of D Profit is long.
Him that, and he doesn't. You can explain actually to Alex, Nick, what your answer is to her question.
No, I'm not. I preferentially don't want to have children and don't like the reasons other people have for having children.
It sounds like you're at a catch-22, Nick, because you think procreation is dumb, but while also thinking that antinatalism is futile and maybe kind of dumb. So it's like
I said it's a catch-22. It's a paradox. It's not something that can be solved, in my opinion.
All right, we'll put this video on then. Hold on, I can see your screen there.
Look at Dean W. He's using your video.
All right, feel free to.
And Dean W. went from antinatalist, what was it? Antinatalist advocacy, right? No, wait. And shit, I forgot his antinatalist outreach. That was his name before. And now Noodles, an ex-antinatalist, is using your video, man.
To play then, and if it gets too long-winded at any point, we can speed it up or I'll stop it or whatever.
Right. He uses some big language here, so
that's fine.
Hopefully everyone can follow along. All right.
Antinatalism, a personal antinatalism, a personal opinion with limited practical value. Antinatalism. Ultimately, it does not exist outside of our heads. Antinatalism as defined.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I shared this as well, and so did Steve. I think a lot of us shared this one.
By sources like the Oxford English Dictionary and the Cambridge Dictionary, is a philosophical position that assigns a negative value to birth. For those who embrace it, antinatalism may provide a personal sense of comfort by allowing them a supposedly good reason to prevent life from originating within their lineage. Yet, beyond this individual solace, antinatalism contributes little to alleviating suffering, whether in the immediate or long-term contexts of human and animal existence. When individuals abstain from procreation based on antinatalist beliefs, the primary outcome is the prevention of their specific genetic material from entering future generations. However, since our genes are already widely shared within the broader population through common ancestry, their absence does not meaningfully alter the genetic landscape or reduce overall suffering. In short, the choice to forego procreation merely avoids introducing one more unique genetic combination without a significant impact on humanity's genetic diversity. The true issue of suffering, while often linked to genetics, ultimately lies in the realm of consciousness. Because consciousness pervades life, a person individually refraining from procreation does not eliminate suffering, but only avoids the possibility of one more conscious being experiencing it. Even if certain individuals possess genes that may hypothetically reduce suffering in future generations, environments evolve, genes mutate, and no outcome is guaranteed. The unpredictable interplay of genetics and environment renders any attempt to control future suffering through procreative choices nearly impossible, leaving little hope for an effective solution in this regard. Slovenian philosopher Slavoj Žižek often critiques ideologies that propose sweeping solutions to complex issues. His concept of total ideologies can apply to antinatalism as well, which seeks to address suffering through a single, all-encompassing solution, the cessation of procreation. This perspective oversimplifies suffering by ignoring the diverse social, economic, and biological factors that influence it. As an ideology, antinatalism offers a totalizing narrative that ultimately provides little practical value or reduction of suffering, functioning more as a thought experiment than an actionable approach. Moreover, even for those who choose not to reproduce, the absence of their lineage does not halt the perpetuation of suffering, as others will inevitably fill the gap. In fact, their resources might later be used to support more new lives, both during and after their lifetimes. History demonstrates that human populations can quickly recover after declines, indicating that the absence of some individuals from the gene pool has a negligible impact on demographic trends and the persistence of suffering. Another challenge for antinatalists lies in the difficulty of ensuring their beliefs translate into action. In most cases of heterosexual sex, no contraceptive method is infallible. While tubal ligations and hysterectomies are effective, common methods like condoms and vasectomies still carry a risk of failure. According to the Guttmacher Institute, 2021, no form of contraception, aside from complete abstinence or certain surgeries to the female reproductive system, guarantees absolute prevention of pregnancy. This reality highlights the limits antinatalists face when trying to prevent procreation solely through personal choices. Given these limitations, some have speculated that technological advances, particularly artificial intelligence, might offer solutions to suffering. Perhaps AI could one day provide instantaneous methods for alleviating pain or even outcompete humanity for existence, potentially taking over to the extent that human existence becomes no longer. Yet, entrusting AI to address such deep-rooted issues brings its own uncertainties and ethical concerns. The possibility of AI surpassing human control is unsettling and fails to provide a truly viable solution that is problem-free or even certain. Antinatalism, while grounded in ethical considerations, ultimately remains a personal viewpoint with limited practical impact. It offers individual comfort but does little to reduce suffering on a global scale. By functioning as a total ideology, it simplifies the complexities of suffering and fails to engage with alternative approaches that might be more effective. Its reliance on individual choice restricts its influence on broader issues, and unintended consequences could undermine its potential benefits. Furthermore, the notion of technology or AI as a solution to suffering introduces additional uncertainties. AI's potential to surpass human control is far from reassuring and does not offer a clear path forward. Despite all of this, the author finds no morally justifiable reason to create life. The act of bringing a new being into existence appears to lack rational grounding, serving primarily as a means to fulfill personal desires rather than a thoughtful decision regarding the potential suffering of that being. Perhaps Arthur Schopenhauer expressed it best. Procreation is not an act of reason, but a manifestation of the blind will to live. In line with Schopenhauer's philosophy, the creation of life stems from innate impulses, not from rational thought. This view reinforces the idea that, while antinatalism may be limited in practical effect, it touches on profound ethical questions concerning existence and suffering. Recognizing the lack of moral obligation to procreate underscores the importance of examining personal motivations and the ethical implications of bringing new life into the world. However, it also reveals the need to seek solutions to suffering beyond the personal scope of antinatalism through broader fields like medicine, biotechnology, and other areas of inquiry. Given the pervasive nature of consciousness across all forms of life, an individual's choice to refrain from procreation does little to diminish the overall presence of suffering in the world. In fact, their abstention may inadvertently encourage others to have more children, thereby maintaining or even increasing the collective experience of suffering. Moreover, since one's genetic material is already widely distributed.
I don't remember that part of the video. I don't know how me not procreating would have that effect, but I think about that more.
Within the general population through shared ancestry, choosing not to have offspring does not significantly alter humanity's genetic makeup. Therefore, antinatalist-inspired non-procreation by an individual offers minimal impact on reducing suffering as a persistent human problem. The expression of antinatalist ideas or sentiments thus appears to be merely a repackaged way of stating the long-held cultural notion that life is suffering, without providing a practical solution to alleviate it.
All right.
This isn't an issue for me. I just, yes, it offers little practical, like, ways of reducing suffering. I agree. So what? I still not going to do it. I don't. I don't see antinatalism as being synonymous with reducing suffering ethics. It's a reason towards a conclusion, but I don't see it as like, if I'm going to volunteer my time or donate my money and stuff like that, it's going to be towards other causes that can reduce suffering. Yeah, fine, but that doesn't, like, it doesn't therefore follow that I become a natalist at that point. Like, yeah, I can accept the futility of it, but still say it's unethical. I don't know the issue really.
Yeah, I think I'd need to. I mean, there's a lot of things there I could respond to, but I just.
No, it's true. Every time I tell someone I'm an anti-analyst, we're going to have twice as many kids to make them sure I'm not making a difference. I mean, I doubt that that'll happen in practice. It's like, hey, I talked to someone, they said they're not going to have a kid, so I'm going to have two just because he said that. I don't think they're actually making procreative choices based on that. But this is heresy. We need an anti-nihilism crusade with inquisitions and witch burning. Well, why do you think I'm live streaming, Steve? I'm back, baby. This is 2025. The anti-nihilist uprising has begun. So, 2025, yeah, we're gonna. We keep losing anti-natalists. Well, the anti-natalists, the seasoned ones are gonna, like, come back, and we're going to do the Inquisition. That's gonna be my rule now. I'm kidding. Hang on. It sounds like the SG video is starting again. Hey? Okay, sorry. Calling infantile is an error because anti-natalism was never meant to have utility. Yeah. I'm joking, by the way. Okay. I wasn't sure if you know, it's the internet. I hear a lot of stories.
Noted a few down. The thing it mentions about AI, I mean, that, if anything, I think is a good argument for, like, not being so optimistic about, oh, humans, we can create all this technology and stuff. It's like this technology could ultimately fuck us over in some way and increase the amount of suffering in the world. It could increase the amount of animals in the world. You know, we could have some super powerful AI in the future that could maximize the animal holocaust. Like, it could breed like trillions of land animals into existence or something like that. These are all very possible and quite realistic and scary things. that the future of technology holds. So I think,
and I don't think antinatalism is going to prevent any of that.
We don't know if it will necessarily prevent any of that, but we do know.
Look at the whole, if you think about all the sentient life there is in the whole universe, I mean, I don't know.
But
I don't know that it's making any difference at all.
But well, we do know that human procreation will at least, it's only humans that can create AI and technology. So from that, sorry,
right now,
yeah. So so maybe we should not procreate.
I mean, but well, there's a few different avenues. I mean, I don't think that AI is going to. I don't think it's actually going to do any of that stuff. I think that it's just as likely that we could figure out a way to put everyone.
Sentient soy. Oh, brother Marcus, I checked out Julie Resch. I can't pronounce her name. After you posted about her, love her work, but I definitely can't afford her book. Got to wait for it to drop. Same. Hat tip to Andrew. Andrew McIntosh is the one that let me know about Julie Reshi. Amazing channel. Yeah, great find. Thank you, Andrew. And glad that I could share it with people who follow me too.
One in a state of bliss forever using that kind of technology. But also, what do you want? You want all humans to die out. Then you have animals tearing each other apart. It's pretty ruthless. Wild animal suffering is pretty ruthless. Eventually, one of those species will evolve to the point of sapien.
Do you think that the logic?
It's just like, okay. Go ahead.
Do you think that the logical entailment of this would be to maximize your consumption of like every item you could possibly afford, just so that you clear the most land space? Like maybe even dairy, you could make some kind of calculation that like you could up your dairy consumption and that would clear so much grazing land that it'd remove all these wild animals. Like you could massively, because it's a very cheap and destructive thing, you could massively increase your consumption of paper. Like you could buy like a pack of A4 paper every day just to like get rid of the most trees. Like, do you not think the logical entailment of this would be doing that as like a form of activism, like overconsumption activism?
I don't know. I think for what I do know right now, like for example, I'm in favor of lab-grown meat because even though they still do use some animals, it's like the tiniest little fraction of the amount of animals they are exploiting right now who are suffering really badly. And so in our current paradigm, no, I wouldn't want to consume animal products or things that are gonna cause harm like that.
How would you respond to someone who said to you, I care about wild animal suffering a huge amount, and therefore I do not support lab-grown meat because I would rather we had animal agriculture, which is the most resource-intensive thing and takes up the most. I've never heard someone say this, by the way, but
why not? But why not? Like, why not be in favor?
Well, now that you said it on the internet, welcome to Antinatalism 6.8. So, thank you, George.
Favor of lab-grown meat and then just blacktopping the area that we were using for farmland.
Okay, and then I could just say to you, why not be in favor of antinatalism and just be in favor of doing that?
One of them seems much more productive than the other. Like antinatalism is not. I don't see it. Like we're just going around in circles here. I don't see how it increases or decreases utility. Like we could, I don't know, we could we could make lab grown meat, use precision fermentation. We can blacktop big swaths of farmland and actually use a whole hydroponic system to literally grow plants all the like on like basically like skyscrapers, and it will be and like grow like literally the cleanest, like best produce ever without allowing any like, you know, we can synthesize all the nutrients we need for, you know, the soil or whatever it is. We don't even need fucking animals for any of it with the technology that we have or are going to have. Like,
but do you not think that that being, I know you're not a pro-natalist at this point, but do you not think for those people who are pro-natalists that this is an extremely like sloppy way of dealing with all these problems? It's like, oh, there's a lot of problems with the world. I know what I'll do. I'll just pump out some kids. Like, do you not think that that is quite a,
yeah,
I don't know, just a regressive mentality when we consider what that entails?
Reckless.
Yeah,
it's one of these things. It's like, I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's like all the all the reasons that people are going to give for having kids seem bad and are stupid, but it could be that procreation will still create more utility than disutility. Like, it's a real mind fuck.
Have you considered the idea that everywhere that humans also turn inhabitable pieces of land into habitable pieces of land and introduce suffering in those areas? Like in desert spaces, mountains, we breed, like we create factory farms in these areas where life would otherwise not exist.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think life probably still does exist in those areas. I think there's certain kinds of life that like are adapted to that, but maybe in this scenario you're talking about bringing in, yeah, like farm animals that normally wouldn't survive there, humans or whatever.
And then you have humans on top of that suffering in horrible ways, and then on top of that you have liminal animals like rats and mice who have a constant supply of food to live off.
I think that technology is going to take care of a lot of these problems, and not every problem is going to be solved. And I don't see antinatalism. Like, once again, I don't see how antinatalism helps any of this. How does it?
Well, put it this way. Yeah. Antinatalism is a 1,000-and-something-year-old theory. It's a very old theory, and 1,000 years ago, Al-Ma'ari would have been discussing this with someone else, and someone would have been telling him, oh, don't worry, soon enough we'll have this technology that can stop this and that and that and that and that. And all it's happened over the next 1,000 years is it's got worse. I would say there's more suffering in the world now than there was at the time of Al-Ma'ari because of what we've done.
I mean, I don't know that.
Well,
I don't know if there is, because I don't know how many animals have, been displaced, or, the wild animal suffering versus the animal suffering in animal agriculture.
Well, I think,
and I think that this is like a little blip, like a little chunk of a little tiny piece of the timeline, where there's going to end up being a big, long piece of the timeline where, like I said, animal agriculture will be probably mostly gone. And, maybe we're all just little floating orbs that...
One can argue factory farming increases utility. My point isn't to present that as a viable service position, but you often need more than just utility to make certain points. Yeah, I think George brought that up too. I think in the absence of knowing like whether or not it would increase or decrease, Nick doesn't take a position. But I don't know how that. What I brought up with D&W too is that I don't know how that cashes out on other ethical positions that we take in life. Like harming another innocent person could have a positive or negative utility in the long-term future. We don't know, but we're not going to do that. So like I don't know how you navigate the world with any ethical or moral position, given this not knowing what the long-term consequences is going to be. I don't know how you navigate that.
Have just like constant like basically orgasm every 5 seconds. You know what I mean? Like,
here's the thing. I think vegan natalists overestimate the amount of wild animals that would be living in the world if we weren't here. Like if you like type into ChatGPT, for example, were there more wild animals in Britain?
Oh my God, fucking GPT.
At the time of the Celts than there are now, it wouldn't really know. It wouldn't be like, yes, you know, the whole, you know, back then, obviously, there weren't like big old cities and concrete everywhere. There was no concrete anywhere. And the population of the British Isles back then must have been at the most 1 million or something. But it wasn't like, yes, you know, there were deer just running absolutely everywhere. There was a squirrel here. There was just like you look everywhere, there's animals all around. It would just be fields and woods you'd see the odd critter there. But I don't think.
How do you know that?
Well, look at any uninhabited piece of land on the world. You don't see just animals just running around like everywhere. They're still kind of like, and you can look this up yourself.
I mean, they're good at hiding from predators. So a human's like walking along that, they sense that, they'll go into their burrow, they'll keep a distance. I mean, but just like I live
but then those would be there now. I think they'd be doing that now.
I live in a not, I don't know if you'd call it a rural area. It's a suburb, and it's a more woodsy, it's a more woodland kind of area than most other suburbs around Boston. But you know, I have wetlands right out in my backyard outside my window. And yeah, I mean, I see like crows carrying off baby rabbits, and you know, I see fox and coyote. I hear coyotes at night, and you know, they're all fucking eating someone. And there's deer that run through the backyard, and I mean, I see all you know, and then you look out and.
Now I'm wondering if Free to Animals left antinatalism because of this type of logic. Because I would like to be the fly on the wall with Noodles talking to Stop Having Kids, with Dietz and Alex and that whole crew. How that would have went down. Now I'm wondering. Because I thought Noodles left for, I don't know, he needed a break or something. But now I'm wondering if other people have left antinatalism as an actual position, not just getting annoyed by the online stuff.
Into the swamp, and there's all kind. I mean, every year I see an animal get eaten by another animal out there.
But every day you see people eating animals as well.
No, and that's gonna diminish. That's gonna diminish.
Well, there's an argument that it won't diminish if we keep breeding humans, because they're just going to increase the amount of animals bred.
No, but the technology is going to move to the point where it's too inefficient. It's so inefficient to continue animal agriculture that it's going to dwindle, and they're going to use. They're going to move towards lab-grown meat. There's a struggle with it right now, but that's ultimately where it's going to go. And then, like, lab-grown meat, precision fermentation, these hydroponic towers. That's basically going to be the future.
But then on our way towards that, what would be the idea of...
That's going to diminish. Source, I'm vegan, but I certainly don't think that's accurate. Nick's really convinced about techno-optimism. Yeah.
Procreating. Why not just be an antinatalist and move towards that?
I mean, I don't know what being an antinatalist is going to do. You could say, oh, like, you know, like preferentially don't bring, for the deontological reasons, don't bring someone into existence. Yeah. But, you know, you can't move towards that without some humans.
But at most, we have a few thousand people in the world working on these lab meat things that we don't even know is going to come into the market anyway, due to the pushback that there is. We have billions of humans who are driving up on the way there. Yeah. The slaughter, the farming of sentient beings, who are driving up the massacre of 2 trillion in the sea every year. Why not just be an antinatalist on the way to that?
I could be like I said, like a conditional natalist.
And how would you do that?
You know, the smile.
I could say, like, you know, I mean, that would take, I don't like, this is a hypothetical. It's like, if I understood, you know, the science of you know, how genetics influence personality, and then how what environments nurture certain, you know, traits in a human. Well, it'd almost be like eugenics. It would be like being a eugenicist. Be like, okay, well, we kind of narrowed this down. Like the way humans breed animals for certain traits, and, you know, exploit them for, you know, like there's certain dogs that they breed because they know they can do certain things and get certain jobs done. I don't see why you can't do the same for humans. And at that point, you're just, honestly, I mean, you're right, you could do robots, actually. Robot might become sentient. So this is one of those things. It's like, there's so many avenues to go down. This is why I'm not an antinatalist, because I don't have, like, I can't spend all my time trying to think about every exact path that needs to be taken to get to the ideal outcome. I don't see being antinatalist as increasing or decreasing any suffering. I do think that being vegan actually has had a tangible and somewhat measurable impact on, you know, on society. And
well, do you not here's the thing, the whole thing about, if
I'll give it to George, he's trying his best. Like, I would have tapped out a while ago. He's trying.
If I don't have a kid, there's some suffering that can happen there. There's no actual evidence of that you have caused this suffering. It's not like by me not having a kid right now, it's my fault that, like, a deer is getting eaten, like, in this country over here or something like that.
What about that study that showed, like, the more humans, the less wild animals?
But the point is, there's no way to specifically connect you or your actions to that. Just even from a, like, personal point of view, as in, like, I'm responsible for this. Surely you can understand that you.
George, listen. When you go for your morning walk and get your morning coffee, you are procreating. All right, so just get with the program, buddy.
That, like, being a non-vegan, and that could, with every chance, happen with one of our kids if we were to have one. They are directly paying a hitman to murder all these animals every year. We can directly tie every animal that's murdered in that slaughterhouse to them, to that person. there's no way. It kind of sounds like a crop deaths argument. You know, when carnists are like, oh, vegans kill animals via crop deaths. It's like, how do I know that when I buy an apple, X animal was shot in Y field because of...
That's right. You go to the theater, you cause people death, and you cause people to be born with different identities, identity affecting actions. I'm telling you, George, you gotta antinatalism 2.0. Donate your sperm.
Specifically me from buying this apple. That's what this kind of reminds me of.
I don't know how to measure it. I don't know how to measure.
And that's the point.
I'm saying it is possible. It is possible that, yeah, like, oh, I made the deontological choice to not bring someone here, but it's possible that I decreased utility somehow. And
okay,
to a point that passes that threshold. And I don't even know what that threshold is. I guess what I could say is I realized I don't know enough to say I'm sure of antinatalism or pronatalism. I can't be educated enough in my mind to say I know that it is more ethical to procreate or not procreate. And that's why to me it seems futile, and I'd rather spend my time, like my activism time, focusing more on, you know, animal rights and other ways to help alleviate suffering.
And the best way to do that is to not have a kid, because that takes up your time. Although that could be a serious point, actually.
Yeah, there's oh shoot, I forgot what the name is. The time and money you spend on raising a child could be offset with other forms of reducing suffering. Shoot, there was a name for that, and I forgot what it was called. If any of you guys remember, please let me know.
People.
I think Benatar may have wrote about it in Antinatalism Light, or a reply to Peter Singer. Holy crap, my memory is going.
Yeah,
but it's also possible. It is possible that vegans having kids, even though some of them won't stay vegan, it is. I don't know. Maybe there will be a study that comes out that says, yeah, like most vegan parents that have children, the majority of the time, the children do stay vegan, and encourage others to be vegan. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just giving a hypothetical,
Yeah, I mean, the page "Vegan Army Fails" makes me have.
So I think Famine, Affluence, and Procreation, Peter Singer, Antinatalism Light by David Benatar. I think may have touched on this. Anyways, that was the paper that I was thinking of. I still don't remember the actual name of the argument.
Much skepticism.
But I haven't really looked at that page, but from what you've told me about it, it seems like obviously they're going to show you the worst cases. They're not giving a balance of like, here's all the people who were born vegan and here's the percentage of them that aren't vegan anymore. They're just showing you the ones that aren't vegan anymore.
Yeah, but I can't even think of one instance of like a third generation vegan. I can think of, I maybe know one adult whose parents were vegan.
Well, we're still young yet.
As a movement, or as me and as in?
Yeah, like as people having vegan children. It's extremely uncommon. It's only like I'd say millennials are probably one of the first generations where you're going to see even 0.5%, probably less than that, of the people having vegan, like raising their kids vegan. And that's probably the largest amount of people who have ever vegans that have ever procreated in history. I'd be willing to bet. And then it seems like most of or not.
Well, I got work in the morning. Be well, y'all. Thanks for joining. Hope you get some rest and good luck tomorrow. Thanks for joining. Nick, veganism has been around for nearly a century. Yeah.
Most, but it seems like a good chunk of Gen Z and Gen Alpha are probably not gonna procreate or even ever get laid at all. So
Nick, I want to draw up like a very noob asymmetry just from what we were discussing a few moments ago. Let's say that you
Benatar's asymmetry, right?
Yeah, but obviously I'm no high level philosopher like him. So this is just going to be George's antinatalist, very noob asymmetry, right? And it was to do with something you said a moment ago that I said that's the point. You said you don't know how to quantify that with regards to wild animal suffering. You do know how to quantify your harm with regards to domestic animal suffering and having a kid who causes domestic animal suffering. My very noob level asymmetry is you have wild animal suffering, you just have no idea, you can't quantify, you don't know to what level you're increasing or decreasing it. It's hardly worth thinking about it actually. Domesticated animal suffering, we know we can directly quantify from having a kid.
Antinatalist advocacy just shook in their boots because you said that, George.
Or from not having a kid, the amount of animals who we spare every year, the amount of animals we're directly responsible for abusing and murdering, the amount of animals we'd be responsible for abusing and murdering in those slaughterhouses if we had kids and then grandkids and then great-grandkids who were not vegan. That's my noob level asymmetry. You have wild animal suffering and domestic suffering. One side, you don't know, you can't quantify. The other side, you know, you can quantify. Taking that into account, do you not just think that maybe even just because of the principle of uncertainty, antinatalism is the right thing to do?
It feels safer, but I don't know that it
look, okay, you know what, Nick? I'm as happy with that answer as anything I'm going to get out of you on the stream today. Because look, I think
you're really emotional, though. That's not like
it's logical. I made an asymmetry. One side we can't quantify, one side we can.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't think so, because we're also not taking into account the people that don't give a shit about that and that are going to have kids anyway. And
we are taking it into account. We're saying they're doing something that is quantifiably bad. So we don't know what level of wild animal suffering they cause or decrease. We do know the level of domesticated animals. So we choose not to be like them. We don't procreate.
No, because the whole point of us not being like them is that there's people like them that are this is where it becomes a paradox that doesn't because that is once again a deontological. I think it's deontological because it's not taking into account the overall utility and the figuring out what that threshold is. Even if we can't quantify the difference we make in terms of wild animal suffering, we know that we're the only beings on this planet capable of assigning rights to animals. So we're the only ones that kind of hold the key to protecting wild animals from each other.
But that's something we can't even know. We don't even know anyway. Again, I could just put that in the asymmetry. I could do 3 parts of the asymmetry.
Once again, there is that study. I would wish I had it right on hand. I hate to have to dig it up about, how when, human population increases, the wild animal population decreases. But on top of that, knowing that we're the only ones that can offer palliative care, the only ones that can assign rights. And we are moving towards a world where technology is going to, help prevent suffering for all, like almost all sentient life. It seems like a oversimplification. That asymmetry seems like an oversimplification of.
Nick sounding like Gary again. What? In what way? I'm not as familiar with Gary as you might be.
Of what's going on here, and it doesn't seem like it still doesn't seem like I can make the most ethical decision, or that antinatalism is the most ethical decision, like within that framework, which once again I think you have to put in a vacuum to make it seem like for it to be like, okay, choosing not to have kids is the more logically ethical decision, right? I don't.
What I mean is when he said we have the key to prevent all animal suffering. Oh, I didn't know he said that. Is the key to a nuclear bomb? Is that, what kind of key is he talking about?
I think it works like that.
But then you could just factor in that the technology could also make it worse. And you can also just factor in that this technology will come, if it is good technology, it can come about just by us being antinatalist anyway, because we know that realistically antinatalism isn't going to take off.
Right. So then antinatalism's a moot point.
I think he means technology. Oh, okay.
It's not a moot point
It's not going to take off anyway. Like, it doesn't matter.
No, but again, if we knew.
He said something about being able to end all sentient suffering. Oh, okay.
For a fact that veganism was never going to take off, we would still be vegan, wouldn't we?
I agree with George here. I think some people are not willing to bite this bullet, though. And looks like Noodles.
I know that child murder is never going to stop. I know that burglary is never going to stop, right? I'm not going to do those things. I just apply the same thing here.
Listen, George, just come to the fold and donate your sperm already.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we can see, we can see a tangible. I think that it benefits us to live in a society where we're not murdering animals, and for the name the trait reason.
Do you think it also benefits us to live in a society where we don't breed people into existence who could suffer with locked-in syndrome, who get childhood cancer, who, while rape and sexual assault rates are as high as they are, will cause sexual assault or will be the victim of sexual assault or rape?
Yeah, I think that most people should not be procreating. I mean, I don't know who should be procreating, but I'd say if there was going to be some, let's say we needed some level of procreation for the whole, utility argument. I think it should be some kind of eugenics program, and not. And just so people don't, take my quote out of context or whatever, or misinterpret what I'm saying. When I say eugenics, I'm not talking about any specific race of people or any specific color of people or ethnicity. I think that there's probably good and bad genes throughout all of the human.
We know what eugenics is, man. Damn. Wow. I don't know what to say.
Population. And so when I say eugenics, I'm just basically talking about selecting the best genes regardless of what race or ethnicity they come from.
Have you spoken to other people in the antinatalist community about this? I see Amanda's in the comments, by the way, so I don't
Oof.
know if you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping maybe we'd like get to some comments and stuff, because
Yes, the best genes, the vegan gene, or the vegan effective altruist antinatalist gene. Again, donate your sperm. Well, if he's endorsing eugenics, then he is a natalist. Eugenics is a breeding strategy. Oh, well, I know someone who believes in replacement value spreading through replacement gene identity affecting actions. That's a long story.
it looks like it's going nuts. I didn't even get to dig into it.
It's mostly people just arguing amongst themselves. We haven't had really many questions. I've had no super chats and not really many.
What if the vegan compassionate genes found mostly in inserts can color people? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Actual, just normal questions. So there's not a huge amount of stuff.
Pointless. It's a pointless discussion.
It's not a pointless. Every discussion has a point. We're trying to reduce the amount of shit in the world, Nick. It's not a pointless discussion.
Maybe the point is that it's pointless.
It has. I don't think it's reduced anything. You know, if you guys want to increase utility,
we want to hear it through thought. What? We want to hear it though, Marcus. Okay.
And decrease the disutility and reduce suffering in the world, you got to send a nice hefty super chat right now. You got to dig deep into those pockets.
Better never to have bothered. Yeah, that's a new my new motto.
It's dig deep into those tight little pockets of yours and send a nice fat juicy super chat.
Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be a super chat, but we're happy to take questions. But look, I mean, if we don't have many questions and stuff, we don't.
At least just send a super chat just to make things fun.
I don't know. Like, my only commentary on this is that I don't know how the inability to see long-term consequences will affect other ethical positions, and if it doesn't, I guess he's more optimistic about the vegan thing, but I would apply it to other ethical positions and see if that would cash out at the same time. Yeah.
But Nick, in any case, these discussions are discussions that need to be had because
why, George? Why do they need to be had?
I think us two and most people, everyone in the comments section.
You know, less talking, more reading. That's my motto.
I think we're good people and we live our lives trying to do the right thing. If we can just talk, even in our own essentially microcosm here, just watching the stream about what the right thing is to do, then it's a worthwhile discussion.
It's funny, when I posted that thing on my story saying I no longer call myself an antinatalist, someone sent me a message being like,
oh, did he post that? I didn't even know that. Oh.
Like, you're a big disappointment.
Yes.
Like,
tears have been shed.
Like, as if you're like the same with ex-vegans, I guess. Do you know what though?
I mean, that's fair. Honestly, like I think that's a fair criticism. You build a platform based on a position that you used to hold. You're an activist for a long fucking time. You're seen as like the face of something, and then you're like, hey, I no longer believe in that thing. Yeah, a few people are going to be disappointed. I am not angry at DNW. I'm a little disappointed that he's taken on this position, but it's his journey. I'm not like, again, if my principles and values crumble in terms of like building the premises to my conclusion, then like I'll change my conclusion. But at the same time, I think that's fair. I think it's fair if you have a channel based on particular topics and you no longer believe in those topics, yeah, your audience is going to be like, WTF, right? I think that's fine.
As hard an antinatalist as I am, there's something about this that doesn't make me as pissed off with you as I would be if you were like an ex-vegan. And I just think it's because you still do think that the world is a crap place. You haven't gone like full idiot and gone, like,
no, I
oh,
think it's so shitty that there's no solution to this problem.
Yeah, I guess we'd probably just go around in circles again, because then it.
What I'm saying, it's like,
yeah,
I feel like with veganism,
It's because you're an animal supremacist. I forgot what that's in reply to.
can reach conclusions much faster. Like, there's much more reasonable conclusions to be met with a lot less that's not as easy to push back on, Olawale sent something.
Super chat here from Olawale. They say anti-natalism gang, big brain gang kids are.
Is Noodles DNW? No. I meant the Finding Gnosis guy. So Finding Gnosis, who's also known as DNW, who's also known as Anti-Natalist Outrage, he's no longer anti-natalist. And now Noodles, also known as Nick, also known as Vegan Equilibrium, is also not anti-natalist. So we're losing people.
Are bad for the planet, and people, VG isn't right about everything. Sad enough to say, no new humans, we're full. Yeah, we have got a big.
In response to saying he's not peeved about someone. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Big old strain on the population, hospital services, longer cancer waiting times, overcrowding on transport, motorways are chocked to the brim. Jobs are harder to get because there's like 1,000 people applying for every like little supermarket job. Is that something even to consider, or is that something that you would just say, well, this could just be evened out in some way?
I'd say it's possible that even when the population declines, because it will decline, or even if we forced it to decline, it's possible that there still might not be like, opportunities for people. We're hopefully technology will take care of that. Do you
know what? I have a slight counterpoint to that, though. Do you not think that just breeding more and more humans might actually slow down the rate in which we develop new technology? Do you not think that having fewer humans and less of a strain on our systems can actually help better with the development of technology and stuff?
I don't know.
Because I could be wrong. I'm not saying it, but it strikes me as the more strained a society is, and the more you have just a society going through a bit of a crisis just because of how crowded they are in many ways, that actually sounds to me that would put a strain on various services, including perhaps the rate in which we can develop new technology and just do good things. So even from a perspective of, oh, we need humans here as some form of necessary evil or something like that, you could just still reduce the population via assigning negative value to birth and wanting the population to go down as a way to actually implement new technology and speed up progress.
Conditional natalism.
Katie's asked me a very tough question here. Question for George: if you knew that 1,000 animals could be saved, would you undo your vasectomy? I guess this question has so many.
Oh wow, is that the actual vegan teacher? Huh.
Caveats in it. Yeah, because
you could save 1,000, you could kill 10,000.
But who are you going to prevent from procreating?
Then
and then they could have a kid, and they could have a kid, and then too tough for me to answer, Katie.
This is one of these vacuum questions.
It's a vacuum. Yeah, in a vacuum, it might be ethical for me to reverse the vasectomy. I don't know if I'd be unselfish enough to do it, because having a kid, I think, would just so detrimentally harm my own life as someone who massively doesn't want a kid.
I don't understand what the whole selfishness part, because they don't even call it selfish. They're like narcissistic reasons for procreating, right? In one instance, they'll say these are narcissistic reasons to have a child, but then they'll say stuff like this, right? So I don't get how they square that.
It's
okay. So you just gave the reason that you object to. I don't get how. Yeah,
it's a very tough question. Is my answer. Is vegan Gains mostly right or mostly wrong? Depends about what. I think he's mostly right about things because he's a vegan.
That was great. That's a great little.
It might. So but then he about.
Hold on. Come on.
Things because he's
that's that pause. I don't know why.
About things because to do it, because having a kid, I think, would just so detrimentally harm my own life as someone who massively doesn't want a kid.
Mostly right because he's a vegan.
It's a very tough question.
Vegan Gains is Canadian, though. Yes, he is. Yeah, those Canadians, eh?
Is my answer.
I'm sorry, this is just.
Is vegan Gains mostly right or mostly wrong? Depends about what. I think he's mostly right about things because he's a vegan. But then he says the odd thing I think anyone would disagree with. We've got a comment here from Florist. It's not a question, but it's interesting. Veganism is inevitable since a worldview that fails to recognize humanity's position in the world inevitably leads to our decay.
What? Well, I don't get that. What? Veganism is inevitable since a worldview that fails to recognize humanity's position in the world inevitably leads to our decay. Huh. Okay, so we decay. Like, I don't know. Welcome to pessimism.
That's good optimism, Florist. I'm not so sure. What would you say to that, Nick?
It's inevitable. I mean, I think that we seem to have a tendency to be moving towards a more moral existence or coexistence.
We're also leading towards climate catastrophe and killing ourselves, but okay,
still not great, but like, let's face it, you go to the a lot of the Western countries, a lot of the the more secular democracies, and things seem to be a lot better for a lot of people. And you can definitely push the vegan agenda much stronger in those places. So, and I'd say, those areas are trying to help encourage other places in the world to adopt a similar politics.
Jordan Peterson's alt with that statement, LMAO. Which statement? I'm curious. Oh, come on, Nick. A lot better.
We have a comment here, Ahimsa Abbott. Having a kid ends up with generations of trillions of animals being exploited. I mean, I would agree with that. I don't think Nick is... Well, I think Nick does agree with that, but he thinks that that would counterbalance in some way, potentially.
I mean, it could end, you know, you could, like, you could have a period of, so we had a long period of there not being any like big animal rights talks through history. I think I was at a Alex Hershoff, the Holocaust survivor. I was at
there's something very relevant about him, but carry on with what you're saying.
I was at one of his talks and he was talking about how, like, oh yeah, I think he said, like, you know, there was the Essenes and the Pythagoreans, and you know, there seemed to be this whole like animal rights movements that was happening, what, like 2000 or more years ago, and then for like
that comment from earlier on his stream from the floors, just like a word salad, reminded me of JP. Oh, okay, gotcha.
1,000 years there was nothing. Like, it just was not brought up in history at all, and now it's becoming really relevant again. Like, you're gonna have like these chunks on the timeline where things could get really bad, but then you can have, if you can make if we make a longer chunk on that timeline where things get a lot better, like, you know, sometimes things can get a lot worse before they get better. I mean, that's like, now goes into the whole, okay, well, overall, is there more utility? Are we, in the long run, is it going to be good because, you know, everybody becomes a floating orb that gets to have an orgasm every 5 seconds and, you know, doesn't need to use any resources, and we have free energy, and, you know, it just took a lot of crap to get there. I don't know. So it could be true that, you know, we'll hurt a lot of beings to get to that point, but I don't know, like, who knows if it's so good that it exceeds the threshold for, you know, for us, like the threshold is reached where we're like, okay, it's better to keep procreating. I don't know.
So I just wanted to make a point before I go to the next comment about Alex Hershoft. Alex Hershoft is the Holocaust survivor who very famously analogizes, you know, what his family went through and what he went through in the 40s to what animals go through, and made the decision to change because of what happened.
Nick's utilitarian techno-utopianism is disturbing. I don't know if he's taking a utilitarian approach. I think he's calling himself a threshold deontologist, but I think one of my criticisms of Benatar is total utilitarianism. So I think under total long-termism and total utilitarianism, someone could argue a counter position, and I don't know how you would square that. But at the same time, no, Nick is taking a position himself. So, because, like, for me, I can say there are ways to argue against the position, and I could see that, but I'm still holding a position that it's unethical. So, yeah, okay, yeah, I guess so.
Because of an experience he had, and he set up America's first animal rights organization, Farm Animal Rights Movement.
It feels like he paints it like the future generations are our utility monster. So we have to suffer now and force existence on others to make believe, to be honest. Sci-fi utopia. Yeah, kind of sounds like that.
His daughter is not vegan. And she actually runs like you could call it, I guess, an anti-vegan page. So this is the danger. These are...
She does? Damn, I didn't know that.
So this is the perfect segue to the next comment, and I think we could both answer this, Nick. I know you don't identify as an antinatalist anymore, but I think you'll have similar answers to me. The reasons as to why Keiko, I don't want a kid are flipping endless. I mean, why would I want a kid? There's every chance that they could grow up and be non-vegan. We're not like our parents. We're completely different people from our parents. I don't like humans.
I used to think that. As I got older, I see traits of my parents in me now, and it's an uncomfortable thing to witness. I'm obviously my own person, and I disagree with them on things in the past, but I see traits. I see traits in my parents in me now, and I don't know. It is what it is.
And from a personal standpoint, it looks like hell raising a kid. I mean, pretty much every.
I don't like that phrase. I don't identify as antinatalist. Antinatalist isn't something you choose to identify as. You either are or aren't antinatalist. you sound like Conundrum. I sympathize with people who don't want to identify as antinatalist because it's not something that I at least with the online stuff, whether you like it or not, it's because I don't like the online antinatalism stuff. I don't want to be associated with antinatalism online. It sucks. And I mean, Steve documents a lot of why. So okay, Miggy is a perfect example. She doesn't identify as an antinatalist. She is an antinatalist. She'll call it preventionist. And you know what? I mean, on a technicality, yeah, I mean, she's still technically an antinatalist. But I totally get not wanting to identify it, to be like, fuck this label. I don't want anything to do with the online thing. I totally get why people do that. I don't want to be an antinatalist, but I subscribe to the position. Yeah. But I get why people want to disappointed netizen. I don't know if he changed identifying with antinatalism, but he's gone. And what's it called? Yeah, Miggy's gone, and a lot of people they hold the position, but they just like, I don't want anything to do with this online thing. So I get it, but
every parent I talk to, they say, you know what, George.
But yeah, technically they are still antinatalist, and I think if you talk to them, they'll admit that, or they'll call it a different thing. But with DNW and Noodles, they genuinely look like they don't hold the position anymore. So that's different. This is no longer a label issue. This is their actual position is no longer antinatalism. So that's and these are activists or past activists. So that I find that interesting. I don't know why. I just find that interesting.
Which my kids are the absolute light of my life. I absolutely love them so much, and they're my world to me. But if you even have the slightest hesitation in your mind about having kids, don't do it. And some of them even confess to me, as much as I love my kid, if I could turn back the clock, I wouldn't have had them. My life is just like, I don't want to live someone else's life. I want to earn money for me. I want to look at my calendar and say, I want to go here, have my own free time. And I just don't want to add to the problem. I don't want to add another human to this planet who's going to grow up and possibly fund the animal holocaust. And even if they're vegan, I can't stop them from having kids, and then their kids not being vegan and so on. This happens. Unfortunately, this happens. So for me, it just, why the hell would I want a kid? What's your answer to that, Nick?
Utility.
Feels icky.
What the fuck?
Fair enough.
Bro.
Right. I guess I don't have much more to get through on the stream. I think it's been a very interesting stream. You've been a very tough nut to crack, Nick, but I think it
was good. It felt a little long, but George gave Jesus. He lasted longer than I would have. But
been a respectful and good conversation nonetheless. And we'll remain buds, even though you've violated your ethics. I'm teasing a little bit. I understand you've thought about this issue like a lot, and obviously don't agree with you on this. But I do appreciate that you're actually coming at this from a logical and reasoned standpoint, rather than you're just doing the typical like dumb normie thing of, having kids is great because, well, we don't need to go through all the list of shit.
I've talked to people who are ex-antinatalists who, like, they'll say,
all the best to you.
They'll say stuff about it being like, oh, it's, I found out it was actually based in eugenics, and it's actually racist, and it's sex.
Who are these? Yeah, exactly. When he said that, I'm like, I know a lot of people in this movement. Sure, I've seen a few. I'd say it's rare that people change their position. I think just given the numbers, like being in the vegan world, there's more ex-vegans, but I think this is just a numbers game, and it's anecdotal and who I talk to, but now I'm fucking curious. Like, I'm curious who these ex-antinatalists are, and if it's anybody I know, because some people who have left this scene, some of them don't come back, so I don't know why they left. Some people, I wonder, I wonder if they've become like they became ex-antinatalists, and it's curious.
And it's this and that, and very few people there's very few people who stop being antinatalist, and the few that I've seen that do, obviously, like their reasons for
who are these who decided in eugenics and this and that
going the other direction are just as illogical as people's reasons to procreate. So I'm kind of trying to be like right in the middle.
Okay, I have not heard that phrasing before. I think Nick is telling porkies. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to Google it. But it sounds funny.
I just don't know. That's all it is. I just don't know. And,
cool.
it feels like I shouldn't be doing like activism for it if I don't know. So
okay, yeah. Well, thank you for joining the stream today, Nick.
Okay, so yeah, Nick is no longer antinatalist, or and also no longer an antinatalist activist.
And yeah, it's been a really interesting conversation. I thank everyone else for joining us today as well. And yeah, thanks, guys. We'll end the stream there, I guess, and we will see you next time. So goodbye from myself and from Nick.
All right, see ya.
Oh, wow. Another one bites the dust. I'm gonna, if anybody wants to hop on to chat, I'm gonna post a link if anybody wants to join. Yeah, do I have anything else to say about this? I'm fascinated by the fact that 2025 is starting off with two people that I know that are activists, and I suspect maybe thank you. I had some commentary, but most of it was like they did go in circles, and I get why George gave it gave it a go. Hello, Andrew. What do you think? Oh, your mic might have to take a while to load up. There you are. I can hear you. don't tell anyone, but I hope the
I don't subscribe to Carnism Debunked, so I didn't. You can hear me, okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Test
hang on a
1
second.
2.
Yes. No, I've just got to get rid of. Yeah. Okay. No worries. Now, can I be heard?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Cool.
We can all hear it. Good. Thank you, technology. Technology's got Nick's right. Technology's great. I mean, gee, this is look at the utility.
Techno-utopian. Yeah.
Techno-utopian. I didn't know. I don't subscribe to Carnism Debunked, so I didn't know that that was on. But I do remember Nick has posted here and there about his dad's about the activism part, at least.
Yeah, I remember that. I didn't know he was going to actually make a decision. I thought it was just like, I don't know, just questioning, right?
Yeah, I thought it was about specifically the activism part, or what he calls activism. That's what I. But evidently, I mean, it sounds to me like he is. That's why I sort of mentioned, sort of referred to him as a utilitarian. I mean, apart from using the word utility a lot, he does seem to be thinking in those terms of what's the best outcome or the best way to achieve outcomes. JM.
Yeah, I thank you, JM. Yeah, I mean, so like that D&W video, it also touched on the practicality of it, right?
Yeah,
but,
that's right.
I don't think this was ever meant, as Steve mentioned, like this was ever meant to be like a I don't know what to call it, like a reducing suffering kind of thing.
Well, I remember because I was talking to you about this on your Discord, how there has been in antinatalism historically this sort of reformist stream going through it. Not necessarily, but I think now who's that chap? Remind me the name of the chap that Lenny's been researching.
Koenig.
Koenig. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure he was like he wanted to tell people about things, right, in order to get a change to their views.
Pamphlets and everything.
That's right. Yes, that French guy who wrote The Art of Guillotining Procreators. He's very much.
Fuck, I always forget his
Theo. Yeah, I forget his name. For me, it's a complex name. Anyway, yeah, he was very much on the campaign trail too.
That's true.
You've got and even David Benatar. I mean, like he wants to tell people about it. He's pretty keen on.
And to be fair, I started the exploring antinatalism because I liked. I think it's an interesting topic. Now, am I trying to convince people? No, not necessarily. But am I do I want to bring up the topic as a philosophical puzzle? Yeah, I'd say I do. I think it's interesting. I think, and I want to share what's interesting with people.
Right.
So,
but I think for a lot of other people, they want it to be a campaign. Steve's got there, D. Gerard.
Yes, that's his last name.
Thank
the Theo
you.
Guy.
Thanks, Steve. D. Gerard. Yes. No, I think a lot of people do sort of enter it as a kind of as a campaign, as a cause. I think particularly people who have come to it from veganism too.
Yeah.
So it's there. It's definitely there in antinatalism. I think if you're going to have something that's an ethical absolute, it's a very short stop between that and an ethical imperative.
Wait, could you say that again?
What I mean is, if you take antinatalism as an ethical absolute, so you say, right, it's wrong to have children. Okay, mm-hmm. Maybe moral absolute's what I'm trying to say, but anyway, yeah, an ethical position that you say it's wrong to have children. It's not that far to go to taking it seeing it as a wider moral position that no one should have children. Right. And if that's the case, it's kind of hard to disentangle. I think for a lot of people, it'd be hard to disentangle. Having thinking that, and not going around trying to convince people.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. And I guess that's why I'm like, but at the same time, you could understand like the reality of the situation. Most people are not going to accept this.
Of course.
But yeah, I could understand people wanting to be an advocate or
Yeah.
outreach for it. I get that.
I mean, that's a side of it that I've never been interested in, and I was surprised actually when I heard about it the first time. But you know, I've had to sort of think about it and think, yeah, I can get where that's coming from.
Yeah, me too. I just think when you bring in the type of like utilitarian kind of thing or the effective altruism thing, like if you get into this spreading the meme thing and you recognize that it's not going to have that much of an impact, I could actually respect that more than if someone thinks it's actually going to you're going to save the world with it. Like now I think you're being way too optimistic for a so-called pessimist.
Absolutely, yeah. But I mean, I think there is, I suppose, a bit of a latent optimism in antinatalism too. I remember Jim Crawford writing about that in his book. How he's he sort of still has some residual hope, which is why he wrote the book. You know. It's I suppose if you're not coming towards antinatalism from an existential pessimist position, but from some other position, you know, like the sort of like I said, veganism, or you know, a utilitarian position, or whatever, you know, thinking about it along those ways, you would probably be more inclined to think that it's in with a chance, and that something can be done with this.
What do you mean by existential pessimism?
Existential pessimism. Okay, so when I use that term, I mean the position that all life, the phenomena of life, is negative,
right?
As opposed to and okay, so sorry to be confusing. The reason I say that is because I'm just differentiating between that and what I keep calling social pessimism. So this is me being a bit of a wanker, I have to admit. But I sort of to say, for me to say pessimism in general, for me personally, might confuse between existential pessimism and social pessimism. And anyway, that's my problem. I'm still working through that. But yeah, there's so Nick's Nick's just he's a vegan activist, staying with that.
I guess so.
And
but I don't. I guess it's because he's more optimistic about the veganism thing. I guess, right?
He definitely sounds it. Yeah.
But I wonder if that translates to other like ethical considerations or positions. Like if I was, I don't know, like harming any innocent person could have a positive or negative impact in the long-term future. And if you don't know, then are you going to just be agnostic on those positions?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way I see it, he is looking at more potential outcomes, and he's looking at veganism as, I mean, he's saying it's kicking goals. You know, there's progress there. He was saying that. So perhaps he feels it's a case of where to concentrate energy, where to concentrate attention.
Yeah, I could totally accept that with any activist thing. It's just, why would you reject the position itself based on that? You can say, hey, it's not that effective. That's fair. But then to go to make this step forward to say, because it's not the most effective thing, therefore I'm not going to the position is moot at that point. So now it's like now you're right. He does sound like a utilitarian, where it's like the ethical thing or the ethical position to hold is that which maximizes utility.
And more, I think perhaps more what he sees is possible too, which has the greater potential.
Yeah.
Because, I think, I believe he feels that he doesn't want to waste too much time. That's my suspicion.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I mean, I think what George was saying was quite right. You know, like you'd be antinatalist because you believe it's the right thing to do, not because you think it's going to win. You know.
Yeah,
of course,
that
makes perfectly good sense.
Yeah, and that's how I hold my other positions too. Like I actually have a negative, like I have a more negative view where I think things are going to get worse. I don't think things are going to get better. And because I think that, like, I don't base what I think is right and wrong based on the positives that'll happen down the road, because I think everything's going to get worse. And I don't know.
Is that what they call virtue ethics, or am I getting that wrong?
Maybe.
Okay, all right.
I don't know.
Okay, all right. No, it's just that
but
I remember.
I don't discount all consequences, but it's not like the highest priority for me. It's like I don't know how I would navigate the world if I thought that way, particularly in the long-term consequences. I think that's where the whole butterfly effect thing can like mess with your head, and those identity affecting actions, and everything impacts something to some nth degree.
Yes. Oh, I don't know how anyone could. It's you wouldn't go down the street to go to the shops. You might end up changing the personality of some yet to be born child. I mean, stuff like that. It's I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Nick does sound very. He really does seem to think that there's improvement to be made, and I think he wants to be on that side.
But I think George was right to point out that if you don't know the negative or positive of the outcome, I get that Nick is optimistic about the veganism thing, but I don't know how that's justified when its potential of creating a person that this will maximize even more harm in the world, and harm to other animals, and
You see, I wonder where did Nick get antinatalism from?
Good question. I don't even
know. Because well, this is I asked that question because I don't know, but I think maybe it could well be that he's mainly got it from secondhand sources, etc., and so he's had this sort of secondhand view of it. The whole online internet thing, and because he's gone so far as to go out, stand on the street without signs and all that kind of stuff, and had experience, I suppose, I would imagine, like the disappointment of a lot of negative results. Maybe that's where his decision is coming from.
Well, I thought that's when I saw this video, I thought for sure it meant that, like, he didn't want he's probably like, this is not effective use of my time. Totally sympathize with that. I'm sick of the online antinatalism stuff. Totally sympathize with that. But it's taking it a step further where both him and D&W have both rejected the position itself. That is
but in a way they're sort of hedging it, because both of them aren't saying that. Well, I suppose Nick was sort of saying it should be possible. There's a possible good in reproduction. So in that case, but not do not watch. He's still saying that he doesn't think it's a good idea. He doesn't think that it's right to reproduce.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Yeah, he said he's going to write about it to explain.
Yeah, that's right. He is.
Further. But when I confronted him about it, I was very confused by his position still, because he said he was rejecting antinatalism still, and
right. Yeah, well, I suppose in that case, you remember that, and there's a few times where he was saying, "Oh, I don't know," and he's still thinking about it. I think it's still a work in progress for him.
Which is fair. Okay. Like I think it's still a work in progress for me too. I still reflect upon it, and I think we were talking about like the non-identity problem, how that's a bit of a puzzle as well. And
what was it?
But it's a fun puzzle for me. Like, I enjoy it.
Oh
What's that?
yeah, no, this is it. Yeah, and I'll find it eventually. I was reading a piece today. Oh, here it is. Here, Magnuson. Is that name familiar to you?
Eric Magnuson. Yeah.
Eric Magnuson. How to Reject Benatar's Asymmetry Argument.
I think I read his paper on the risk argument, but I don't remember
Okay.
this paper.
All right then. Well, I was reading that one today. Gets into the weeds of the asymmetry. Yeah, sorry, what was I going to say? Jesus, I've just totally lost.
We were talking about the non-identity problem, so I think that touches on the asymmetry.
That's right. Yeah. That's why I mentioned that article. But before that, I meant.
But yeah, like these puzzles, I still wrestle with, and I think I'm okay with it. Like it's fun for me. But
yeah, because you're seeing it in that way, whereas people like Nick, he wants consequences. He wants stuff to get done, And I think also, do not watch. I mean, the way he's going now, he's talking about how he seems to want things to get done. I don't know how he intends to achieve it. But yeah, and
this is a weird thing where I feel like I would suggest to both of them become vegan effective altruists. Like there's a whole movement about how to maximize the good and doing good better. Like that's their whole slogan. There's a dedicated movement on that, right? And a lot of them are vegan.
Are they?
Well, that's true. I actually don't know statistically.
Sure.
Anecdotally, within the chapters that I've been a part of, there's more vegans now than when it started a while ago.
I mean, it would make it. Oh, hello, Mr. Good.
You got a fan?
Oh, Mr. Good Artist, here's my mate. How you going? Yay! It would make sense, I think, from a harm reduction point of view, if that's what they're into. Well, I suppose a whole lot of other things would too, but that's why they're effective altruists. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think both of those chaps have heard of effective altruism.
I'm pretty sure they have.
They must have by now. So, yeah. But I think. I
mean, that's a whole new identity too. They could just adopt EA, I guess.
Yes, they're into adopting identities. That's right. Yes.
But I think it could be limiting too, because like this whole, as I mentioned, when you have an audience of people that are like, "I'm disappointed you changed your position," like, one, I get why people do that, but two, it does kind of limit you because everybody's on their own journey, and
I agreed with you when you mentioned that during the stream.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I thought, people shouldn't be boxed in, but I think I did think he did make a good point. Like Nick has put himself forward as an antinatalist activist, and he's put effort into that, and to turn around and almost go the opposite way. I mean, to the point where he's talking about potential eugenics.
Yeah.
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 I think you're right. I think it is fair enough for people to go, hey, hang on, one moment you're this and now the next moment you're that. I've been following you, this is disappointing to me. I can understand that because, I mean, Nick is playing the publicity game too. He is courting the publicity.
True.
So, you've got to, if you want a fan base, you've got to take what the fans say.
Yeah. And, I haven't looked at his page to see if there's been much pushback, but I assume it hasn't been too vitriolic.
Sure.
I know if you become an ex-vegan, the vegans can go pretty hard on you. And
well, yeah. This is the thing. I mean, I think that's why George was saying he's okay with Nick. I think Steve was right about that. I think George was saying he's okay with Nick for being an ex-antinatalist, but being an ex-vegan, well, stepping out your fellow hell on your back.
I'm a little confused by that because if the position that they hold is that it'll harm other people and harm the being that's being created, then what? They don't matter. I'm confused by that.
Well, with Nick saying that certain reproduction is okay, you mean?
The type of, like, if you were ex-vegan, that would be more of a problem. But if you're ex-antinatalist, it's less of a problem because,
Right, yeah, I see. Yeah, well, I think it's because, like in both their cases, they're more wedded to veganism. They think that's more important, which they are allowed to think.
yeah,
It's totally down to them. But yeah, I think that's where their priorities really are.
Yeah.
Antinatalism is more. I think antinatalism is peripheral. What's this?
Just say IBS is your reason, like Alex O'Connor. Yeah, Alex O'Connor, cosmic skeptic. He stopped being vegan because I believe IBS. He had like health issues and stuff like that. I respect
IBS.
Alex for taking the heat on that. I remember because he was very, very active and passionate about vegan stuff. And then, yeah, he switched. And I think, I don't know if people were pissed, but I remember he got a lot of heat just given his platform.
Yeah.
But then it died out. Like, he just continued doing his atheism activism, and I barely see any comments about his ex-vegan stuff now. And I think that's good. Like, I think there's this person, Erin Janis, and I don't think she's clarifying whether or not she is vegan or ex-vegan. And I think if you just bite the bullet and say, hey, I'm no longer this position, face the heat and move on, I think that's admirable.
It's admirable, and it's also probably the only thing you really can do if you're going to be serious about it. Yeah, I think.
And I don't want to downplay the heat, because I think the heat, like, because you're kind of like asking yourself to be socially isolated, especially if you built a community and friendships and blah blah blah, all around the single identity, right? That can be hard.
And it does evoke a lot of emotions from people too. It's one of those things that just gets to people. I mean, because a lot of the anti-vegan stuff is pretty damn vitriolic.
Yeah.
And pretty damn nasty. Some of those people are absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think for both of them, anti-natalism was more on the periphery of veganism, and that's how they've come to it. And yeah, that's why I think for Nick, it would be easier for him to rationalise no longer wanting to devote himself to it, put his energy into it, than with veganism.
Yeah.
Which, good on him,
Yeah, I wish him all the best. And same thing with D&W. I know D&W seems hyped up about this, his Finding Gnosis show. I like it. It's
Yeah. Oh, he was in top form that last stream, I thought. He was in very good form. It's the D&W show.
But I wonder, I'm curious if there's going to be more ex-antinatalists coming out of the woodwork now.
Yeah.
And now I do question Frida Animals if she left, because she also took down her antinatalism videos from her channel. It wasn't just she left, like the online, like I noticed she took down her videos too. So now I just associate that she was fed up with the online stuff, and like I sympathize with. I think I've done that in the past, but yeah, now I'm questioning things.
Yeah, I haven't followed her channel at all, so I'm not really sure where she was at. But I mean, again, just from what I do know about her, she was mainly vegan and vegan activist.
Yes.
And antinatalism was one of those things that just, I think what's going on is that some of these very pro-vegan people are just sort of getting back to basics. Yeah. And they don't want to sort of,
I wish I could go back to my roots. I was a vegan activist for 7 years, almost 8, I think. No, I think it was 7. Yeah, and I still stick around antinatalism. So I'm a sucker for pain.
Look, I mean, there's an interest there.
There is. I do find it very interesting. I think it's not as clear cut as the other stuff, and I know the animal ethics can be complicated too, but I think this is much more fascinating. And it does seem like a lot of vegan activists who bleed in, who get into the the antinatalist activism scene. They're going back to to their roots, or at least just a select few. Anyway, I don't know how many are doing this.
Yeah. Well, this is it. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of people who just stuck their hands up and told people, but yeah. And I was going to say too that as we both know, and as a few other people know, there's a lot of people who've gotten out of the antinatalist scene and don't want to have anything to do with that, and they've done it quietly. You know, they haven't made announcements or anything like that. But I dare say they still hold the sentiments.
Yes.
I don't think they would have gone, oh, look, you know, the antinatalist scene is no good, therefore, etc., etc. You know. So yeah, those people would be antinatalist homeless in some way.
Yeah, that's a good term. Antinatalist homeless.
Yeah. Or antinatalist homeless.
And I don't mind people leaving. I just what I find interesting is the reasons. That to me I find interesting.
Yeah. Well, in that stream, I mean, Nick was. I sort of got the idea of where he was coming from, but yeah, it was a bit. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be too critical. I'm not the best communicator verbally either, but yeah, it sounded like he was having a bit of trouble making his case.
Yeah, maybe look, and I'm like interested in their reasons for leaving because I want to leave too. No, I'm kidding. But well, maybe I'm not kidding. I don't even know. But you know, I'm always looking for arguments for and against. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'd recommend this Magnuson piece in that case.
Yeah, the asymmetry is. I don't know how much weight that holds within, because I couple the asymmetry with the risk argument, and then I cash out antinatalism, and I'm not too sure how much weight is based on the asymmetry itself.
Well, in this piece, Magnuson is saying that what Benatar was doing in his book was backing it up with the quality of life argument that he makes in his book.
Yeah, and I don't accept the quality of life thing.
No. But he, in the piece, he mentions that, but he's mainly focusing on the logic within the asymmetry.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. How is it? Yeah, I'll give it a I'll give it a read and a skim.
If you haven't got it, I'll post it to.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I already have. I have all.
Oh, okay.
I have a little drive of like all the papers, and
yeah,
there hasn't been much new content out lately.
Yeah.
Except for what's his name? Matty Harry. He's
Matty Harry. Yes, of course. Yes.
Pushing out papers every week.
Well, that last thing that you posted, like I was reading through it, and he starts talking about this science fiction soap, rock opera he's writing, and he mentions a couple of characters, and one of them's got a name like Amanda, and another's got a name like his. Did you read that bit?
No.
It's in the introduction.
I'm gonna read that.
It's in the introduction. I'm reading this, going, huh? This is what? Yeah.
So we're gonna have a rock opera.
Well, I think he's already made a rock opera, but I think.
Well, I mean, for antinatalism.
Well, there has already been, I think, on one of the Exploring Antinatalism episodes, Amanda was talking to a chap who did compose some kind of song cycle or something based on antinatalism, and I do remember hearing a bit of it. It was quite professionally done. It's like done with a professional chorus and musicians and all this kind of thing. So that has been done.
Yeah. Admittedly, I haven't read his recent papers. I feel like it's rehashed stuff lately. Like I've covered some of his papers already, and I just feel like he's pumping out stuff that
yes,
is recycled, but I could be wrong.
Well, their argument from imposition was an attempt at trying something new.
What'd you think of that?
I wasn't. To me, it was kind of like, I suppose, I'd say attempt at something new. To me, at first blush, it seemed like a rehash of the risk argument. But when I got into it, like reading through it, I was trying to work out what they were basing the argument on. You know, like for example, when they're giving examples of what they mean by impositions, a lot of the time it struck me as, you know, this is cultural stuff. This is what happens in different people's culture. Some of it can be said to be bad. Some of it can be said to be good. You know, there's arguments to be had about it, but it just doesn't justify antinatalism. And there was another part too where I'm pretty sure this was Matty's part where he was talking about, because it seemed to me very individualistic. I don't know if you got that impression, but it seemed to be very much based on the individual's right.
Right.
And I think Matty included as an example some legislation, might have been Finnish legislation. I mean, I'm just going by my faulty memory here. You know, is it saying this could way of backing up, you know, what it means to impose on an individual, you know? And I didn't find that very convincing. So ultimately, yeah, just sort of like what I mean, I was trying to think, what does an unimposed individual look like? What's that supposed to be? What's the you know, possible optimal alternative?
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. I don't think
exactly. Yeah. So I suppose from there they say, well, there you go. You know, you can't. There is no optimal individual who isn't being imposed upon. Therefore, don't have kids. But yeah, just their idea of what imposition was just struck me as very. It seemed to me coming from a very hyper individualist position. And yeah, I was going to do a response to it. Maybe I will. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how.
Like a video response?
I mentioned that. Sorry.
Like what kind of response?
Oh, I don't know. I was thinking about writing something down and, you know, maybe putting it on YouTube or something. But
oh, cool.
I don't know how. Yeah, I think the extreme individualism of it just rubbed me the wrong way, because that's not how human beings operate. And I mentioned that legislation thing as, you know, a potential argument in favour of the individual not being imposed on, and it just didn't seem like enough. They just didn't seem to have enough substance behind the argument that they were making.
Mm.
And it was written in Matty's usual sort of, you know, slightly tongue-in-cheek style, and, you know, drawing through that. What did you think of it?
Oh, I can't remember. That was a while ago. Yeah, I wonder what 2025 is going to hold for now.
Jeez.
It's, last year, we saw Miggy leave. We saw Disappointed Netizen leave. We saw Tofu Dog is no longer going to be in the antinatalist world, but I think she still holds the position. And then Alex left, and now D&W left, and Noodles left. So
this is the nature of scenes. This is what happens. You know, in scenes you'll have the rusted on, dedicated hardcore, you know, like the inner circle, and they'll keep it moving. And you'll always have people coming and going. You know, it's like this with any kind of, I'll say ideologies. It's, you know, antinatalism is an ideology. It's like this with any kind of ideology. I saw it all the time in the left. You know, you have leftist political parties that they go on, and they'll have their central committee who usually stay pretty firm, but they go through so many people. You know, young people. They get in, they get burnt out, they leave. You know, and the online ideological antinatalist scene is no different from that kind of thing. So I think it's par for the course.
I guess so.
And, you know, because of also for the reasons people get involved, you know, they want to, they find out about it, they get very excited about it, and they feel that something can be done with it, and then they find out not, and I don't know, move on.
Yeah. Well, I wish them all well. And
look, They can do what they like. People can do what they like.
Hmm.
You know, it's not a prison gang.
No, well, we're not going to do the Inquisition. Is that what you're saying? No
Oh, look,
pitchforks?
well, you know, I wasn't expecting an inquisition. I said I was okay. Never mind. Don't worry. Nobody ever picks up on that. It's very disappointing. No,
I get it. Monty Python. Right? That's Python. Yeah.
Oh, heck, I'm too old. Everyone my age would just jump on that in a minute.
I think that was Monty Python, right?
Absolutely, it was Monty Python.
Okay, it's been a while.
Dear, oh dear. I hope you don't start questioning Motorhead.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they were mentioning that George was like surprised that some people didn't know about that popular case, and I'm like, bro, listen, if that happened in 2007, like you're asking a lot, like,
yeah.
What did I have for breakfast today? I don't know.
I do vaguely remember it. When he brought it up, I was sort of trying to think because there was another case in America. Someone's put up a comment there in Yenzi.
It's like the online vegan scene. Burst into popularity around 2016 or something, then slowly everyone went ex-vegan and it collapsed. You have a few stranglers left, but it's mostly dead now. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I left, so I just assumed it would have just continued doing its thing.
I think it's still going.
I think so. I mean, I still see content creators making this. Yeah, I still see content creators doing their stuff. And I think like organizations, vegan organizations are still doing okay, I think.
Well, look, I just, in supermarkets here, they've got the plant-based options,
That's the thing where I can't be too pessimistic about. So I don't think we're going to have a vegan world. And I think, things are going to get worse. But the one positive thing that I've noticed, and it's undeniable that I can't deny, like when I go into the grocery store, there's much more vegan. There's way more options now, way more than when I started. I was like frustrated when I first started. Now I'm like, well, I can pretty much get an alternative for every bloody thing that
Yeah. But that's the magic of the marketplace you're saying there. So this is the thing. If for people who are, yes, someone else's, the amount of vegan options in stores has increased a lot. Yes, precisely.
Like even just milk. Like there's so many. There's oat milk. There's soy milk. There's like I go to the plant milk section and I'm like, holy crap! There's so many options now. Hemp milk
the system works. Capitalism is there for you, and this is the thing for people who. I'm going to sound cynical, but for people for whom veganism is the prime thing, it can coexist with capitalism very nicely. They're providing a choice, and they make it just another consumer choice, regardless of what the philosophy behind it is meant to be saying.
Well, even fast food joints are offering like vegan options too now.
Yep. McDonald's.
Yeah, and A&W and where is it? Yeah, some pizza shops are offering like vegan pepperoni and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, it's a different world now than when I first started with the thing. And so I don't know.
Yeah, it is mainstream. But I mean, the thing is, it's mainstream, as I say, in that sort of consumery choice way. I mean, for a world for us that does not exploit non-human beings, like you said, or consciously, go out of their way to exploit non-human beings. I mean, imagine a world where there is no such thing as factory farming. I don't think that could ever happen.
And the amount of resources it would take for lab-grown meats, like I don't know what type of environmental pressure that's going to put onto things.
Look, I think Nick was, with all due respect to him, he was talking out of his hat with all that kind of stuff. Anytime someone gets into this sort of, technology does this, come on, what do you know about what the technology is doing? It could be doing anything,
Right.
Like particularly now, I mean, look, lab grown meat, sure, if that ends up becoming popular and if it's,
I mean, people don't
cheap or
even want
even
to eat
cheaper.
genetically modified vegetables, let alone lab-grown meat. Like, I don't.
Yeah, yeah, but that's another ideological argument, I think.
Yeah.
There's people who they're against the whole genetic modification of plants because because of corporate control, which is actually in some cases is a reasonable concern. Monsanto and people like that. I think getting to the point where they could copyright certain foods. It's just.
But I mean, I don't see how that's going to change with lab-grown meat either.
Right.
Like the same issues are going to creep up, and people are still not. There's always going to be a portion that, and I think a significant portion, that will want their meat not lab-grown.
There will be. Yeah, there'll be people who will insist on wanting real meat just on principle, or what they call principle. Oh.
Wow. Thanks for the commentary and joining me reviewing this.
Thanks for doing it. It was interesting.
It feels weird because like these two have been the most passionate, and I've known D&W for a very long time, so it feels even weirder with him.
He hasn't completely abandoned the ideals of antinatalism, I think.
Well, no, like because I asked him if he thinks like he agrees with the descriptive claim that it's a harm to come into existence, and he said that's not my argument. I was just presenting that as an alternative view to conundrum, and I'm like, I can't speak on behalf of conundrum, but I think that would be confusing if you give someone else's point of view and not your own. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I know.
Yeah, I'm still
I know.
curious what. I still don't know what his proper view is yet.
Yeah, and I slightly suspect he doesn't either. He's still trying to work it out. So
tease it out. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll get to that at some stage.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm still sort of like. I wouldn't call myself an antinatalist now, but it's taken me a while to actually realise that point. But that's another long story. I might get around to documenting it one day. But yeah. But actually, conundrum once again, he sort of helped me to see some of the errors in my reasoning. So,
what was it because you're okay with? Because I remember one of your videos, you're like, on an individual basis, it's not appropriate,
right,
but on a universal thing, you wouldn't.
Yeah, that's right, and that's when I don't think it was that video, but another one. When Conundrum came along with a comment like, "Well, it's plain that you're not an antinatalist, but how come you've only just realised it? You've read the literature, blah blah blah." And I had to admit, he was right. I was a bit sort of crestfallen, but yeah, valid point. So I've had to sort of rethink where I'm going with that. But yeah, I mean, I've always had a problem with the idea of antinatalism as a universal value, and that's been like my problem. Well, I'm not going to call it a problem. That's been my position, way of sort of thinking about it.
But is it just some individuals or just
no? See, I'm pretty sure I got the wrong end of the stick from the start.
Okay.
To be perfectly honest, because I was coming at it through reading pessimist stuff,
right?
And I was reading pessimist stuff because I just wanted to confirm my biases, and then I heard about antinatalism. I read a few other things, then got to Benatar's book. And the funny thing about it was looked at the asymmetry, and my thinking at the time was, I don't have an argument against this, therefore I must agree with it, therefore I must be an antinatalist. That's how silly, I know. It was wrong, but that's the mistake I made.
Right.
So, I got to, I'm glad I was able to, work it out, and I'm glad some people helped me work it out. So that's good.
So, but when you say individually you're an antinatalist, what does that mean exactly? For you individually or other individuals?
I saw it as, I've always sort of seen antinatalism as this is a decision that only individuals can make, because it's got to be freely accepted.
Sure.
I mean, look, I don't have a problem with a lot of the arguments. I really don't. In fact, for me, if I was going to be hardcore campaigning about it, I'd really lay stress on climate change and on the unequal division of wealth. I'd be saying to people, look, if you see this stuff and you accept what's going on, why the hell would you bring, someone else into this? Because this is insane. So yeah, but I always sort of figured it as you can't implement it from on high. You can't force people. It's got to be an individual decision. So my thinking was, okay, only look, I can decide I agree with this, and not have the children accordingly, which I wasn't going to do anyway. So it was pretty easy. But for me to think of other people, doing something wrong by reproducing, I was never comfortable with that. Doing something wrong, like this is what I mean by taking the step from you have this value and you do apply it as a universal value, and you want to take the step from just believing it yourself to trying to get other people to believe it.
But if I reflect upon my own decision and it turns out that I believe it is wrong, am I applying that just to my individual case? Like, I guess I'm like confused how you bridge the gap between the individual and the universal.
Right. Yeah. Well, I probably don't satisfactorily for other people. As far as reproduction is concerned, what does that mean? What do you guys make?
He makes music and videos.
I make people confused. I've had this, reproduction itself, and this is why I sort of sympathise with Do Not Watch, and even a bit with Nick. Reproduction is such a huge, fundamental phenomena.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's from that comes everything. And again, this is why I understand the antinatalist arguments, but I wonder about trying to apply. But then, of course, a vegan could say the same thing. Someone's taken me to
Seems odd. If you think something's, go ahead.
Murder. If you think it's right, yep. Yeah, I see the point there. Yeah, same with reproduction. Yeah, and I was going to bring up the example of veganism. But yeah, it does seem odd. You're right. I'm in a bind, but I think this is why I can't call myself an antinatalist. I won't say that I'm an antinatalist for that reason. And like I said, it was conundrum sort of prodding me in that direction. So so fair criticism in Yenzi. Although I'm really tempted to sort of go, hang on a second, because I don't see reproduction. Like I said, it's a really big thing. I don't think reproduction can be compared with murder. I don't think reproduction can be compared with any one particular wrong.
Yeah, well, there's different types of wrong, right? And
okay,
like adultery is going to be judged differently than murder, right?
Yeah. Sure. But I mean, so if we take the case of reproduction, I mean, as I say, everything stems from it, which means us pessimists have to eat it, all the good as well as the bad, and all the indifferent too. And I had these. I remember I did have these misgivings while I was reading Benatar's book as well. I've never really been able to. I was never really able to settle it in my mind during that time. When I first got in touch with antinatalists online, I'd say, "Look, I'm a pessimist. Okay, wouldn't say I'm strictly antinatalist, but I am a pessimist. So I have always kept it at arm's length. But like yourself, Mark, I've been fascinated with it too.
Yeah, I find it. not just the antinatalism stuff, but the things that it touches, like philosophical pessimism, population ethics, meta ethics, and normative ethics. Like all that stuff is just the way it touches on all these things uniquely. I think it's fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's worth investigating. Absolutely.
Let alone like jurisprudence. Like I don't even think there's been much theory out there, politically or legally too.
No. I think I've settled on reproduction being instead of some kind of moral crime, mistake. Oh, okay, mistaken judgment and action.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's mistaken judgment and action. I mean, you know, this is how intrinsic reproduction is in the whole phenomena of life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, it would sound glib to say it just happens, but it does. It just happens.
Yeah.
Even in we humans. I mean, you know, why do people reproduce when we're supposed to be, you know, have this rational capability? It's because we don't just use rational capability.
Exactly. Yeah. And I have reasons for my positions, but that doesn't mean that I came to my positions through reason.
I don't think it's possible to say procreation is unethical and social, voluntary, not imposed. No, of course not. No, that's fair enough too. And you can still say, you know, like, I think this is wrong, but yeah, it's like what I was saying before. I could never see antinatalism as being anything other than, as far as inaction is concerned, that is the inaction of reproducing, anything other than voluntary.
Is it the involuntary aspect which makes you reject antinatalism as a conclusion?
Oh no,
like if you hold the position where antinatalism is that it's universally unethical, is the bullet to bite that I don't know, like what would be the bullet to bite on that?
Well, okay, so let's say, I mean, and I can only speak for myself. Let's say I think, okay, reproduction is immoral, right? It's wrong. No one should do it. What do I do with that? You know, great, thanks. You know, what do I do with a position like that? I've just basically, there's a lot of conflating reasons for reproduction. People have children, then invent reasons. Yeah, that's right. After the event, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's like when you take a position like that, it's you versus existence itself, which I mean is already pessimism, isn't it? You know,
right?
It's you versus what is actually existing. Okay, now if it was what I'll call mere pessimism, I think you could say, right, you know, I think that everything is, you know, unacceptable, unsatisfactory, but of course there's nothing I can do about it, so I'm just going to write gloomy songs about it or terrible poetry about it, you know. But antinatalism, there's a possibility for it to be seen as an imperative, because you're saying here, you know, everything is bad, etc., etc. Here is something that you can do about it. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that's about right. Yeah.
But I reflect upon this like individually. I don't have a problem having kids, like emotionally. But I don't know. There's no way for me to verify either way. Like I can't look at my own brain and be like, okay, these are objective reasons why you're holding these conclusions versus here are the emotional impulses that are motivating you to reason this way. I'm
right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, I am. What are you talking about? I'm always right. I thought everybody knew that. I mean, I know that with myself, when I first started reading about pessimism, it was a conscious decision to actually indulge my biases rather than fight them or reject them or whatever, you know. So that's why I'm comfortable with it. So I was, just coming from intuition more than, and trying to find and at the time I was initially reading stuff like Ligotti, Schopenhauer, stuff like that. I was saying to myself, look, this is just what I think. I agree with it. I'm not going to call it a universal capital T truth. I'm not making that mistake again. So I think this is probably, might be perhaps my reluctance.
Which is universal reprieve?
I beg your pardon?
What did you call it? A universal?
A universal capital T truth.
Okay.
Sorry, I slur my words. Sorry. I wasn't going to do that, because I saw the impossibility with that. So I suppose when I was reading up about antinatalism and trying to settle my mind on it, it was much the same thing, Antinatalism, this sounds like a pretty valid idea. I like this, but there's absolutely no way in hell this is ever gonna catch on,
What if it was a super? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, all I was going to say was that I think I mentioned you before, Mark, when I first started chatting with antinatalists online. I think I met probably the only group of antinatalists that I've ever encountered who had the same view. They said, "Yeah, we agree with this. We think it's great, but it's never going to work as a social thing, So that's what I was going to say.
What if it's a supererogatory conclusion where, if you do make the choice, it would be a good choice?
Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure I understand what you mean there.
Like, there wouldn't be an obligation or an ethical obligation, but if you were to choose to do it, that this would be a morally admirable thing.
Right.
So, like, I'm not obligated to donate 75% of my income, but if I choose to do it, that'd be nice.
Right. Sure. I don't see why not. I mean, I can't think of anything else. I see pessimism as a personal subjective value. That's correct. Am I deficient? Aren't we all? You've got to be a certain kind of mind to be a pessimist. I can't think of any valid argument against that. The eternal question.
Well, the one thing that I'm kind of grateful for is that the majority of people in my life are happy to be here, and when I know everybody says that everybody has like a story. Some people don't. Some people. What's that Jack Nicholson movie? As Good as It Gets. Some people have good times in noodle salad, and there's a scene in the car, or if you haven't seen it, it won't. He's like, some people have good times in noodle salad, and I know a few people like that. And of course, like, people will say, well, they're hiding information. Fine, fair enough. And of course, Benatar has his quality of life stuff too.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. But I'm not around pessimists, and I mean, I have a good handful of them, and they validate me. I validate them. But I got to see the other end, and I think that helps a bit.
Right. Yeah.
I know people who are having a good time. They're glad to be here, and they have a very optimistic, positive outlook on the future and presently and stuff like that. And
and I mean, I know people like that too. And I mean, this is what I meant about adopting pessimism as Inyenzi said, personal subjective value. Who am I to tell them that they're wrong? In fact, why would I even want to do that?
That's my problem. If they are wrong. Well, that's my problem with the whole people having a
life thing.
Yeah, because I don't know how people square that away. by dismissing other people's positive experiences of bias. But then, I also, like, we all have biases, and I can be overtly negative, and I have to be careful that I'm not delusionally negative,
Right. Yep. No, I understand. Yep. Yeah.
And the other thing is, like, I don't hate kids, so like it's I've been wrestling like since I've been an antinatalist, like how much of this is motivated and how much of this is like my reason, and I don't think I have to, like, it's not a make or break kind of position to hold. If I become an ex-antinatalist, this doesn't bother me. Actually, I might be grateful. Like I might I don't like the online antinatalism stuff, so if I could ever divorce from it, that'd be fine. But I bite the bullet, and like I'm going to tell the truth. I am an antinatalist, and I can't, like, it is my position, and I might not be, okay with the online stuff, but it is what it is, and
it is what it is. That's how you feel, of course. Yeah, and well, there should be nothing wrong with that. So
I suppose you might want
things. The thing with that, in Yenzi, is that argumentation doesn't always sway. I mean, it very seldom sways people,
Right. Yeah.
And again, like, yeah. Regretful for the one born. Yeah. But as you say, that's your opinion. Okay. It's a valid one to have, but it's not the opinion of either the parents or most likely the person being born.
Mm-hmm.
What's this? Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
The people that I've talked to about this are people that I've known for a while. Like, they trust me. Like, it's like, these are conversations I can have with people that I trust, and they voluntarily ask me. Like, they're like, "Hey, I heard you're into this thing. I want to ask you more about it." I'm like, "Okay." Like, brace yourself.
I think there'd be a number of reasons too why you'd want to be careful who you talk to. But yeah, I mean, the people who I talk to, they're people who are close to me too. And I mean, I've had an argument, someone getting very argumentative with me. I've had another friend in tears one time. I mean, you do.
Oh, wow.
You've got to just, you don't want to cause suffering,
No. Jesus, it's gotten to the point where my own work asked me to be interviewed for this stupid stuff. Twice. I've had I did a thing with David Pierce and Alex. We had a little panel. It didn't get released on YouTube, unfortunately. I think it might in the future. And then did an interview, and then whenever I go out, I'm known in my social circle as the antinatalist. And I mean, climate change has happened and all that stuff. People question procreation, and I get asked these questions. And I think I'm more skeptical if I know someone's going through a very, very, very difficult time. And because there was one time I had a friend who was in a dark place, and they were curious about what I was reading. And then I said it. And then the next day they got some pessimism books, and I'm like, oof, don't.
Yeah.
If you're going down a negative spiral, like, don't, like, be careful. You know what I mean?
Yep, I've been in that situation with other people too. Yeah. Extreme powerlessness to antinatalism. So biological or any kind of argument. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I've you do have to be very careful with this stuff. You do.
But I find it fascinating, and that's why I'm going to do it. Or they have children via accident. Arguments and logic are just powerless. Really, yeah. I think it's interesting though to, like, look at your reasons, and I wonder if evaluating the reasons reinforces the decision that you already made, regardless of reasoning towards it. So
Right,
even
yeah.
though I may or may not have come to this conclusion through reason, now that I'm looking at the reasons, I might convince myself to stay this way. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think that's valid. I mean, as long as you're being self-aware,
Right.
which a lot of it does strike me that a lot of online ANs are not. Well, ostensibly anyway. I mean, I can't read their minds, but you know, some of them who have been living their lives more publicly than others certainly give the impression that they haven't been all that self-reflective. But anyway, yeah, if you know, if you come to a conclusion, well, what's this? It's not my business, Christ. Of course not.
Right.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is it.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, relying on pure logic too. I mean, what, we're not Vulcans. And that's the thing, you know. Like it was Hume, wasn't it, who talked about reason being subject to the passions.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think he's right. I mean, you do, as long as you apply reason, you know, and don't just go with the passions.
So in your estimation, like, what is antinatalism to you? Like how would you define it? What is it?
How would I define it? Okay, let me
How do you
think.
this is I'll admit I got this from how do you differentiate between antinatalism and not antinatalism?
Oh, right. Well, usually when people talk about antinatalism, they mean philanthropic antinatalism, as opposed to, say, you know, misanthropic antinatalism or whatever else. So the philanthropic
which realm do you see that in?
I'm assuming
Okay.
that when people talk, and I assume that because usually people accompany it with all the talk about suffering.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
In fact, antinatalists love to use the word suffering. So, you know, my assumption is that they're, you know, vaguely in the realm of that of philanthropic antinatalism. Certainly, there's the misanthropes. They're there, and they're usually pretty easy to spot. Hello, George. But the mainly people, I think, are talking, you know, about the. So that, how I would describe that is, for want of another way of putting it, a moral censure against reproduction on the basis that there is unavoidable suffering in life, and therefore, if you reproduce, you are subjecting someone to suffering. And you can take that from a utilitarian point of view and say any amount of suffering is wrong, or the pessimist point of view and say it's all suffering, you know, anything along those lines. But I think that's what philanthropic antinatalism amounts to, I think. Very happy to be argued with and corrected on that, don't worry.
So what I'm hearing is that antinatalism is the acknowledgement that coming into existence is like
well, I said moral censure.
Okay.
I said moral censure, right? So the moral aspect of it, saying that, yeah, with moral claim, yeah, saying that it's not just a bad thing to do; it's the wrong thing to do.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
that's how I would describe philanthropic antinatalism. It's not just, you know, like, and again, you know, I've had to sort of work this out myself for years. I was thinking, oh, antinatalism is saying it's bad to reproduce, you know, but no, it's saying that it is wrong to reproduce. It's not just bad.
and if it was just saying it is just bad, what would you classify that under?
Yeah, pessimism. I suppose.
Yeah, I agree.
Because pessimism would, you know, is saying, pessimism is making a value judgment, saying it's all bad, but it's not. It can point to a moral direction, but it doesn't have to go in a moral direction.
Right. Yeah.
Which I admit does fudge the edges, and this is why you've had pessimists through the years trying to come up with, you know, ethical systems from Schopenhauer onwards. But yeah.
Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Well,
And
I
thank
hope
you
I
to the
answered
audience for the impromptu interview with Andrew. Well, while we're here, what's up with your channel? So, like, is your channel an artistic expression? It looks like
the channel.
Your channel looks like if I went into an art museum and like looked at, I don't know, like, yeah, like art pieces.
The channel is just an ego project. That's all it is. I'm just indulging myself. So the majority of what's on it is music that I've done. That's why I think it looks a bit like how you've described.
But is that intentional?
Not. Oh, hey, Steve. Thanks. It wasn't at first, but I think sort of an aesthetic sort of just come about. What I like to do with the so the thing with the music videos is they're not really meant to be music videos. It's just music, and the visuals are just and just something to look at. I could just as well have done blanks, but but I like to do these kind of effed up visuals. They just look appealing to me. That's all.
That's it. There's no like, okay.
Well, I mean, the talky stuff. I mean, I can't quite remember right now. I think one of the first things I did do on that one was enter. This was a couple of years ago. Enter the Why I'm an Antinatalist contest, and that video was called Why I'm an Antinatalist. But so, but then since then I just did all the other stuff that I've done, the music, and I haven't had an agenda as such. Like I
Do you
say.
have any inspiration for your stuff? Like, does any like artistic expressions like influence what you create, either musically or visually, or even your audio? Like sometimes you distort your voice while you're talking, like
yeah,
the Dada video. Yeah,
that's right. There would have to be, but I don't know if I'm all that conscious of it. I mean, the very first audio talkie stuff I did was done on a cassette recorder.
wow.
Because I like the sound of the tape hiss. It just, to me, it just sort of sounded like a nice juxtaposition with being online.
Yeah.
I just like changing things and making them sound a bit weird, and look a bit weird. That's all.
What's with the
Maybe
gray?
it's grey.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I think the videos where you're like walking in a thing and talking.
Oh,
like...
yes. And why do I? No, again,
Yeah.
because I just like the look of it.
Okay.
It's a vanity project. I'm just doing things that appeal to me.
Is there a story behind your square?
The square. This
Yeah.
is kind of I came up with this years ago, and it's kind of an answer to Malevich's square. If Malevich, you know who I mean?
No. Who's that?
Okay, Malevich was a Russian artist. Well, hang on a sec. Have you guys ever asked your parents? Have you, Mark?
In a rhetorical way, yeah.
Yeah. I remember talking to my mum about it, and she said, I wasn't asking why did you have me or anything like that, because I sort of already knew, but
Yeah.
I remember she did say that she really wanted to have. She's always wanted to have children. She loves being a mum, and she loves being a grandmum. And she's pretty good at those things. So yeah. Malevich. He was a painter from the start of the last century in Russia. He was around during the revolution, and he had his own little personal art movement he called supremacism. And if you look up Malevich's square, you'll see that it's a black square on a white canvas. and he regarded that as the last word in art. So,
Oh, interesting.
mm.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now.
And I think it did have some kind of impact at that time in that place, you know. And also there would be a kind of an ideological impact of saying, you know, like, is this the end of art? Have we reached the end of art now? Because this was still modernism, you know, we hadn't gotten to postmodernism yet, fortunately, lucky buggers. And yeah, there was still this sort of potential for change in that, you know. So this square is kind of a response to that. It was also, and this is going to sound weird, but it was kind of inspired by Camus' absurdism as well. I'm not really sure how I can explain that, but yeah, just the shades of grey as opposed to either straight black or white.
Cool.
Have you read much? Have you read much Camus?
Just the Myth of Sisyphus.
Right. Yeah, I'm a bit of a fan of his work. That's him. Myth of Sisyphus. Yep. Some of the pessimists on the Reddit pessimists page really don't like him because of the one sentence in that one piece and in the whole of his work that he wrote.
You got to imagine him happy.
Yeah. They hate Camus just for that alone, you know. I admit it was perhaps somewhat poorly worded, but when you read the whole thing, you know, I'm a bit of a fan of Camus.
Did he do No Exit, or is that someone else?
Sartre did No Exit.
Sartre, okay.
Yep. And of course they were fellow travellers for a while, but then they fell out over well, mainly over a book Camus wrote called The Rebel, which is something that I recommend to people a lot, especially if they're into politics and if they're into leftist politics. It's, among other things, Camus makes a criticism of Marxism. So it's that sort of led to a break between him and Sartre. So.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
One of those famous literary stoushes of history.
Is there any other works that you like? Top 3 Camus?
Camus? Yeah, I mean, I think The Fall. There's The Fall. Now what the hell? Jesus, my memory. His first book. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to grab... Hang on a second. Bear with me. I'm going to grab the...
Okay.
The typewriter. Be there. Oh, still there. Camus. Doing the search. Wikipedia. The Stranger. That's the one.
Oh, The Stranger. Yes.
That was... I think that was his... Yeah, it was his first. Yeah. That's particularly good. There's been a movie made of it. There's probably been more than one movie made of it by now, but that's one I would definitely say read that one. I don't think it really reflects his, because like it was his first book. I think his views sort of matured a bit, but I think if I'm remembering right, The Fall was one of the last books he wrote before he died. And I think the two of them, The Stranger and The Fall, they'd present a good overview of Camus' views. But I mean, also, of course, The Plague, which is that was when he wrote during the occupation of France by the Nazis. And that was kind of his allegory about that. And I think that definitely reflects his social attitudes, or I suppose I should say his moral attitude, his morality is pretty much explained in The Plague. He's
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say he's seems to be saying in that, you know, because the characters, you know, they're in this situation that they're trying to get out, but they have to make choices, they have to make decisions, and they end up quite a few of them end up making, like, for example, one chap who's stuck in the town of Oran when the plague comes along, and so the town's quarantined and he can't get out, but he's desperately trying to get out. He's desperately, you know, trying to find ways of getting out. He's talking to a smuggler and all that. And just on the point of him being able to leave, he decides he won't. And in fact, he ends up helping the doctor, who's the narrator of the book, attending to the sick. And Camus kind of saying, look, I think he's saying that is the best moral choice to make under those circumstances.
Mm. So do you like Camus because he mixes like philosophy and social commentary, or other reasons?
I think I like what he says a lot. What I understand of what he says, yeah. I mean, like I was mentioning that example before from the plague. It's not like Camus saying you must sacrifice your well-being for others, that you have to do that. It's he's saying that if you are in a certain position and there is something that you can do that, you've got a choice between just benefiting yourself or doing something to benefit others, he seems to be saying that the right moral choice is the latter, to do something to benefit others. And as I say, like, he was writing under particular situations, so here he is in occupied France. I think he's in Paris, he's helping edit a paper that's, against the Nazi occupation. He's got to watch his step. I can't remember if it was a brother or a sister that he had that the Nazis got. That's the situation that he's in. He's trying to apply his ethics in a doable way, which is something that he tried to do right through his life. And he kept coming up against, against problems and contradictions, and he kept dealing with them. That's something else I like about him too. It's not just his written work, but stuff that he did during his life. For example, he was critical of. He was born in Algeria, as part of a Algeria was a French colony. I don't know if it still is or not. I don't know. But at that time, Algeria was a French colony. So, he was like what they call now the colonial settler types living in this country. And then he went to France. And there was an uprising, in Algeria. And a lot of the radical young leftists of the time were all in favour of it, of course, including Sartre, I believe. But Camus was critical of it because he was critical of acts of terrorism. So he was talking about how, and I think this was at a public meeting where he was, being critical of it, and the question was put to him, well, what about, if they dynamited a train line, would that be something that's wrong? And Camus said, look, if my mum was on the train, yes, I would say that's wrong, So he's trying to deal with all the contradictions in his own way. But what I mean is he was being very honest about it. He was coming out and saying it. He wasn't trying to sort of, what's the ideological line I can draw from this? He wasn't doing that. He was just saying, look, I'm just, this is what I reckon, take it or leave it. And in a situation like that, like I said at the meeting, there was a lot of people opposed to him, You go up against the hard young leftists at your peril. As many people have found out. So, So yeah, that's there's a lot I admire about, what he's written and what he's done during his time.
Cool. You inspired me to read more Camus.
Oh, please do. Yeah, I can't say I'm a Camus tragic, but yeah, I do rate him pretty highly. Yeah, he was trying to be act as ethically as he possibly could. With all the faults that came with that. So he's a good example of that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Is there any other authors that you hold to high esteem?
Oh shit, probably. Heulenbeck. Have you ever read Heulenbeck?
No.
No, he's kind of like the anti-Camus. He's pretty immoral. But have you heard of Heulenbeck?
No. I just think that's funny that he's the anti-Camus.
Well, I say that. I mean, a friend of mine turned me onto his book called Atomized, and because he said, I think you'd be into this, and it's a fiction, but it's pretty much based on his own life. But Highland Beck is he's been a pessimist, an outright pessimist for most of his life, and he's ended up as in his older years as a conservative curmudgeon, like a real sort of grumpy type, And he's a fiction writer, mainly a fiction writer, but he's written non-fiction. He wrote one of the first things he wrote was a biography of H.P. Lovecraft called, you would have heard of it. It was called Against the World, Against Life. You might have heard of that.
It says here he published his first novel, Whatever, in 1994.
Yeah, that's right. Whatever, which I haven't read. And I think Atomized came after that.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing about a Highland Beck novel is if you've read one, you've read them all. Which I got the impression just by reading Atomized. But he's extremely disdainfully critical of the modern world. He's very he thinks democracy's had it. He thinks society would be probably better off under some kind of religious sort of. He wrote a book called Submission, which was supposed to be a fiction about France being taken over, going Islam. And I haven't read that, but a lot of the criticism, the reviews of it, was saying that he seemed to be implying that would be a better thing because at least people would be believing in something. But yeah, he's got this idea that people these days, because of capitalism, because of like the whole ultra consumer thing, which he blames on the 1960s. He's got this thing that whole, libertarian hippie thing just went right through society and has wrecked it. And as a result of that, everything's terrible. And a lot of his books, they're sort of written about, it's the same sort of character or characters, just this one guy who's just obsessed with sex, gets it but isn't happy with it, and everything's pretty miserable at the end of the story.
So conservative pessimist. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think over the years, a lot of pessimists have been conservative. Schopenhauer certainly was.
Mainlander was left, right?
Mainlander was a socialist, I believe, yeah.
Yeah.
Not a Marxist socialist, though, I think, but I don't know too much about it. It's something that someone wrote who seemed to know more about it.
Do you know what Zapf was?
Zapf, gee. I would have thought he would have some kind of conservatism because he's such a naturalist,
True, yeah.
Like this whole thing of the nature and the natural world, and he obviously had a real, genuine affection for it, which I think would put him at odds with, and wasn't he writing in notebooks?
Yes.
Yeah, I was writing a little short story that was sort of about inspired by that movie, like about Zapf writing in his notebooks. Yeah, not even using a typewriter. So yeah, I'm not sure where he'd stand. I mean, Chiron, he of course started with, he was into stuff like the Iron Guard and that kind of fascism, but then he went to France and, seemed to change his mind on all kinds of politics. But he struck me as a fairly sort of, certainly not a leftist.
I wonder why that's the case. That pattern.
In fact, now that I think about it, I've got his book, History and Utopia, which I'll go back to again at some stage, where I think he's just, he's critical of politics in general, I don't know why it's the case. I mean, a disdain for existence would, of course, include a disdain for the kinds of societies that you're in.
Yeah.
But then, for some of these old pessimists, what would be the optimal alternative, I wonder? what kind of society would Schopenhauer have preferred?
Mm-hmm. Do you know Ligotti, what his position is? I don't know.
I understand that I've read a couple of times that he's a leftist. And I think I get that impression from reading his fiction and some of his interviews too. So yeah, I think he very definitely leans to the left politically. There's you've heard of Eugene Thacker, haven't you? The American pessimist philosopher.
What's his popular book?
The horror philosophy trilogy. Hang on a second. Got it in the dust of this planet. Yeah. There's In the Dust of This Planet, Starry Speculative Corpse, and Tentacles Longer Than Night. And that makes up the horror philosophy trilogy on Zero Books. Yeah, I wouldn't know which way he'd lean. That's an open question, I think.
What do you lean?
I would call myself, if I had a gun to my head, an economic leftist, because I do have an optimal ideal of society, how I would like to see it, and it would be the way I've imagined it is, you know how after World War II, a lot of countries did a lot of economic reconstruction, like Germany and England, you know, and they were trying to sort of put themselves back on track. And both those countries were introduced a lot of important social security. They instituted a lot of social security measures. So, you know, the stuff like the dole. I think they already had the pension, but, you know, I think Germany had a particularly impressive social security system. And I know that because I knew a young woman who was German by birth, and she went back to Germany, and she told me that when she went there, they just basically said, here's a flat, here's furniture, here's some money to buy all this sort of stuff. You know, and she hadn't even been living in the country. So something along those lines. I would like to have a society that prioritizes the welfare of its constituents. So a society that is that develops its economy in favour of the citizens, in favour of the citizenry. That would be my ideal, and it would include, you know, it wouldn't be. I mean, I've had to grit my teeth a bit, but it wouldn't exclude capitalism, because I think free trade does work in a limited sense, in a particular sense. You know, I think it'd be stupid for a government to try and run every aspect of an economy. That would be dumb. So you would have to have free trade, but it would have to be a genuine free trade. You know, it would have to be something that made sure that, you know, oligarchies or whatever they like to call themselves don't come up. But this is what I mean by an ideal. I can imagine these things, I think of these things, and then I think of all the faults and the problems that can happen to it. So, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I call myself a social pessimist. I know what I want, but I know I'll never get it.
So you got into the pessimism stuff before the antinatalism world, right?
Yeah. I was looking for pessimism, and antinatalism came up as a result.
Okay. And was your experience mostly on Reddit? Like, how did you get involved in the antinatalism world?
No, I first read Ligotti's book. Is where I first read about antinatalism. And then I looked for some other books. I got Sarah Perry's book, Every Cradle is a Grave. Read up in that. Jim Crawford's book, Confessions of an Antinatalist. And then I finally tracked down Benatar. So that's basically how I learned about it. And it was only later that I made contact with people online.
How?
There was so Jim Crawford had a weblog, which he doesn't monitor anymore, but he made a post announcing that there was going to be a online forum put up by a friend of his called Josh. I didn't know that was his name at the time, but he was an antinatalist, so I joined that. And those were the people I was talking about before, you know, the people who they were antinatalist but quite realistic about it.
And when did you hop onto YouTube?
I already had another YouTube channel, which was basically about, it's called We Are Normal and We Want Our Freedom, and it was about the experimental music scene that was happening in Melbourne at the time. So this was in the 2000s. And that channel's still there. And I did interviews and, video, live gigs and stuff like that. But then I started up this other one. When did I start that? I want to say 2016 or something along those lines.
Was your intention just like experimental stuff, like short videos that you wanted to just like rant about, or
Yeah,
was
like
there
I
a
said,
goal?
just no overall thing, just a vanity project, just
Okay.
pleasing myself, kidding myself,
And what's your overall assessment of over the years about the antinatalism online world?
Huh.
and the philosophy that you've, like, the literature as well that you've read? Like, do you see any developments or where it's at or how it's been?
With pessimism
No,
or with
antinatalism.
antinatalism?
Yeah.
Developments with antinatalism.
Yeah, either online or the literary stuff.
Well, I haven't kept up with a lot of the literary stuff. I think the last book I might have gotten about antinatalism was Ken Coates' book, which was the history. You know that one, don't you?
Yeah, that's, yep.
Yeah. But I haven't really sort of kept up with more. Well, I say that now. I mean, obviously, I have read some of Muddy Harry's stuff. I just think that it's just gone from, I think what you've noticed and what a lot of people have noticed, it's gone from this sort of obscure philosophical, ethical consideration to an online identity / cause. That's been the biggest, development. Over the past about 10 years that I've like paid much attention to it.
For better or
It's
for
gotten
worse.
bigger. Yeah, it's gotten bigger. I'm surprised how big it's gotten.
Yeah.
Even though it's not big, I must admit that, I had no idea that it would attract the kind of attention it has attracted. Are you surprised by that?
I think I'm surprised by the Reddit, because I think I could be wrong. I think it was like 200,000 or something. Maybe it's more. I think what I'm surprised by is how other ideologies bled into antinatalism. So I'm seeing things like the incel, black pill, rad femme, which also I find odd because they contradict each other. And obviously there's the environmental aspect, and there's so many child-free movement, all these different little movements, well, probably not little, but these things that have amalgamated into what they say online is antinatalism. And I find that perplexing sometimes, but I'm just like witnessing it on the sideline, being like, okay, that's existing and that's happening. And like, I'll never understand how red femmes and incels can cohabitate into this online space and not.
I don't think they do, though, do they? I think.
But I don't know how they don't like go at each other's, like.
I think that on Reddit there's a feminist anti-feminist, a feminist antinatalist page specifically for feminists, and I think there's a very good reason why it's separate from the others.
But if you have an online ideology that's attracting misogyny, I don't know, like, how. I mean, to be fair, I am part of this thing too, and I'm not proud of it. Like, I'm not. Like I think the online stuff is not good, and I'm open about that. I'm like, yeah, the next, people who are going to harm other people are probably within this community, and but if I'm part of an ideology and I'm like, hey, I want to get involved in something or be part of a space, this is the last space I would have expected to end up in,
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. I don't know. Like I can only guess what the attraction for the women haters are to antinatalism, but I mean, you get people, I think, that they're more devoted to those particular ideologies, and antinatalism just sort of comes into that orbit. It's like the same with the
veganism
like
stuff too.
the vegan thing. Yeah. They just come across it. It seems somewhat attractive to them. They'll maybe toy with it for a while or something. But yeah, I as far as crossover is concerned, well, as far as crossover and doing anything is concerned, I mean, I can see sort of antinatalism. I think it would fit in more with certain aspects of feminism, to be honest. But that's just my understanding of feminism. But I think I understand why more women would call themselves child-free.
Right.
Because if you remember from the antinatalist panel from last year that Lawrence and John put on, there was someone, and I think she was in Australia actually, she had an online child-free space going on.
Yeah.
And she was saying, in her experience, more women are interested in child-free and more the men are interested in antinatalism.
Yeah, that's been my experience too.
Right, yeah. I think I can understand that. That does make sense to me. Do
you have any predictions?
No, I threw away my crystal ball. Wait a minute. Someone's got a question.
What are your thoughts about why antinatalism attracts those with strong misogynist views? I don't know.
I don't know myself. Yeah, look, I would. Let's see.
So
if
I went down a weird rabbit hole about the incel stuff, like a few days ago. Man, it gets dark, and I've seen some of this, like the type of rhetoric used in anti-nihilism spaces. I think it's like the nihilism, pessimism, dark thing that sort of overlaps.
Venting frustration, I think.
Yes, yeah.
Might be part of it. I mean, the misogynists, particularly these so-called black pillars or whatever. I mean, they're all pissed off because they think the world owes them a head job and they're not getting it. So they're just pissed off with that. And antinatalism, that more misogynist, the stuff you were talking about, Mark, the extreme language kind of antinatalism, that would be attractive to them. So I don't think that these people are, they're all rushing to read Cabrera or Benatar or anyone else, and, applying their minds to it. I think they're just picking up on this sort of, the nastier stuff just to add to their collection of nastiness.
And someone said like anti-nihilism could be depression cope as well. And I think if you have these types of views that I think it's like a way to like abdicate or to like scapegoat someone as well. Because I remember this goes on like the Lathe thing where he compared pregnant women to being morally ethical to ISIS fighters, yeah. And like if people see that, right, and they're applying it with other ideologies, then I could maybe see a logic there where they're justifying their hate.
Game knows game, yeah. They just they find something that appeals to those biases that they've got, and will just latch onto it quite, without really thinking about it.
But then I don't understand why it would just be gender specific and not like why wouldn't you blame men too?
Well, yeah, of course. But I mean, that's right. But if someone's already a misogynist, I don't think it's much of a mental leap for them to go, like, oh, well, yeah, reproduction's bad because women always try to ensnare us men to get them pregnant so they can have children, and that's wrong.
Have you noticed this yourself in the AN spaces and pessimist spaces that you engage in?
I've seen it. Well, you might remember actually on the main antinatalist Reddit page a couple of years ago. You might remember there was a big exodus from there.
Yeah,
because Seven of Swords, because everyone was pissed off that he was put in the administration department, and there was huge reaction to that. So yeah, that was definitely one very notable example of that crossover. I've seen it, every now and then on the periphery too, but not so much. I mean, the only online pessimist forum that I'm really sort of will check from time to time is the Reddit page, the one that Conundrum's one of the moderators on that one. And
yeah, last year I intentionally tried to step out of the philosophical niche in antinatalism and pessimism because I think that can give a skewed notion of what this space really is. We're the minority, and like people like Conundrum and people like yourself, and it just people who are reading the material. This is not like that's the minority. That's not representative of this space. So I tried to get outside of that world and look into these other areas. And
I see, yeah.
So I ran into way more doomers and black pillars and incel people, and surprisingly enough, spiritual people. So there's like this alternative hellscape. I don't know what to call it. It's like
there's a few Gnostics, aren't there? And
yeah.
Yes, and well, the thing about the Reddit pessimist page is that it's not, despite their best efforts, it's not very philosophically inclined. Like they have tried just about a month ago. They sort of redid. They sort of made a post that sort of re-emphasized. We want this to be about philosophical pessimism, but it's still just people coming along saying, oh, I'm really depressed. I'm only 13 years old, but I just want to talk about, blah blah blah. So that kind of stuff's still happening there.
Oh, and the other thing is there's I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this on YouTube. The SS website. There's some crossover with that and antinatalism and the promoralism stuff.
Right.
So that I think was I heard about it, but witnessing that in terms of like going and looking at posts and seeing how people are using their depression and connecting it with pro-mortalism, suicide stuff, and so that's another aspect to it that
well, I mean, Antinatalism International on their website, they had links to that.
Really?
Yes, I think she could still be there. There was a, I forget what they're called now, but this is a friend of Amanda's who was pushing pro-mortalism. They had a YouTube channel and everything. I think they've still got. I think
the right to no longer exist.
That's the one. Right. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. That's Antinatalism International is linked to that because, of course, as we all know, Amanda's thinks that the next step is that one.
Okay, but ANI doesn't link to SS, right?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. But still, there's that aspect, and I'm not too sure how popular that is, but that's something that I've noticed more and more of popping up, creeping up, and Yeah, it seems like a recipe
Well,
for disaster. But then there's the philosophical part, and I think that the philosophical part is kind of giving legitimacy to the bad parts.
well, the thing with Matty working with Amanda, I mean, he lays stress in some of that stuff he's written that, you know, he's the philosopher and she's the activist, and that they've got some kind of, you know, agreement going on between those two things. So even just with the philosophical antinatalist material that's coming out, you know, these days, most recently, like we were talking about before, there's that aspect, you know, that's coming in. I mean, you know, Christ, Amanda's getting published now, so
Yeah, I know that like the first paper they mentions in Mendham, I remember you posted, you're like, oh, it's good to see someone take his ideas seriously. And I actually had the opposite reaction. I'm like, this is a bad idea because it's like legitimizing in a bioethics journal that this lolcow on the internet is
yeah, you're right.
a
You're right.
legitimate
Yeah,
thing to
you're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't remember posting that, but I must have
I think it
been.
was on Reddit because I think you commented on one of the posts, maybe, or maybe it was on
Okay.
Steve's. I can't remember now. But like,
I think what I may have meant was like, oh, this is getting exposed.
right?
But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Obviously,
Don't start.
Steve, don't start, mate. Oh, hey, I think I'm going to have to go now.
Okay.
think,
Well, thanks for the
if
interview.
you don't mind. I didn't know there was. I didn't know that was going to happen.
The impromptu
Somewhere.
interview. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining me reviewing this, and yeah, thank you for your commentary. And
No worries. Thanks for doing it. I'm going to go
to the
back
audience, thank you for joining me too. I appreciate it. Till next time.
All right, then.
Take
I'm
care.
going now. See you later. Ta-da. Ta.